Oh, here we are. Painkiller already, episode and with our guests, Harley and Dick.
What's up?
And real quick, sponsoring PKA tonight is NatureBox, MeUndies, and Audible, and The Elder Scrolls. Introducing The Elder Scrolls Legends, Heroes of Skyrim, the latest game from Bethesda. The Elder Scrolls Legends is a new mobile strategy card game that immerses gamers in the dragons, the world, and the lore of award-winning Elder Scrolls universe. From building your deck to taking on foes in one of the game's 3 exciting modes, every decision you make will require strategy and careful planning. The Elder Scrolls Legends is available for download globally on both Android and iOS devices today. Welcome, travelers, to the throat of the world. And welcome, Dick and Harley. Thanks for coming on. You guys may have noticed we don't have Kyle, who Dick still doesn't know.
Oh, man.
Dick
Come on! Right off the bat, I don't even get a hello out for...
No, we'll make fun of you later for that. So thank you so much for coming on, Dick. Everybody loved you last time. And Harley, you already know, the perennial favorite with something coming out from the back of your hat. But thanks for coming on, guys.
You're not a fan. You're not a fan of the blue hair. You don't like it?
I haven't. Oh
my God.
It's really popping on camera right now.
Yeah.
Did you make this decision?
Yeah, it was just a choice. As we call in the industry, a choice. Harley made a choice. I actually also had a much longer beard. This is the first time I'm on PKA that anyone has a longer beard than me. So congratulations to that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Did you pick up that dye at Hot Topic yourself? Did they let you go in, or did you get an underage girl to do it for you, or what?
There's actually an app you can get someone to come to your house. A stranger will come do it for you.
To come dye your hair for you?
Yeah, so I just had a stranger come by.
Go outside ever again if you're going to do that, right?
And they were definitely a Hot Topic employee.
Is there really an app for that?
No, there isn't. I was just really sensitive to the Hot Topic dig. I was like, no, not me. There's this app. Let's focus on that. This app that doesn't exist.
So was this like one day you were looking at yourself in the mirror and you're like, I'm in good shape. I look good, thin with my beard cut. I need something to hinder me, or I'm just going to be getting too much gash.
Well, I actually I have a girlfriend, and it was her plan. So maybe you discovered something that I wasn't really looking at. Maybe you noticed some details that I didn't. Maybe this is her plan to make me unfuckable. Can I say that?
We prefer you don't. But,
oh, I didn't know.
So this was no. We're fucking around, of course. You can say whatever you want. Yeah. No.
Does she have colored hair too?
It's her master plan to make me unfuckable, but I'm cool with it. I feel like I'm playing create a character with my life. So
it's like you guys are a couple's Halloween costume every day now.
I've gone through. I went through like a Hollywood Hogan phase. In June, I had like this blonde and black thing going. It was very Hollywood Hogan. Then I went gray. It was kind of like a Witcher vibe. Now I'm a troll. Those little, not a cool like under the bridge like murder you troll, like those little naked ones with the blue hair.
Yeah, those ones that like even as a kid, I remember this old guy that worked at the company my grandpa worked at, and I remember walking in their office at as a 5-6-year-old, and you know how like all the little stupid shit that adults keep on their desk. You're down, you don't know the little thing that you squeeze and the eyes pop out. This old fucking man had the entire rainbow of these little trolls on his desk. And as a 5-year-old, I couldn't conceive of pedophilia yet, but I had the gut like, oh, be wary of this guy.
You're like, this guy's the stranger. When they say don't talk to strangers, it's this guy.
It wouldn't have been that weird, but he had them all ass facing him,
Oh, that's extra fucked up, actually. Yeah. Well, long story short is once you color your hair, you go down a hole, and you just keep fucking it up more and more. That's where I'm at now.
Where are you going from here? Like, how are you going to fuck it up worse? Or just shave your head?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I enjoy it. Just, living life. I did walk out after having breakfast, and there was this kid there, and I walked out, and he actually said this. He said, laughing my ass off. Sick wig, fam.
He said that or he texted?
Yeah, he actually said that. Like he literally.
Are you sure he didn't tweet that?
He spoke in tweet. He literally did. He spoke Twitter as a language, and I looked and I was like, oh yeah, he's right though. He's right. It looks like I have a wig on.
Just promise that you're not going to get an eyebrow stud.
I promise nothing. I promise nothing. Like I purposefully bought and started playing with fidget spinners this week. Like now that everyone's tired and it's probably the most obnoxious time to get into something like that, let alone that there's probably never a good time. Like now I like it.
I feel like
you didn't like it when it was
like,
popular.
You were 30-something not long ago, right? The hair hit, bam, you're 20, tops. The fidget spinner rolls in, now you're 12. I'm not sure how long before you are just
I'm a special needs
twinkle.
15-year-old.
I picked up a fidget spinner at a gas station, and I was so ashamed of myself that I had to do that thing where you're like, no, what newfangled contraption might this be? You know, as you're, obviously knowing how to use it. And I got to say, when you, like, there's something a little satisfying about it as you wiggle it back and forth, but then you notice the stares of people around you, and that's quickly diminished.
Yeah, I just have these moments where I have a fidget spinner, and I'm like, I literally have it, I'm just like, all that, eh? For this? All that. For this thing, and then you give it a spin and you're like, I almost understand. Yeah. I almost get it.
What was it made for?
It's made for, it's a safety device because I can like count the number of scuffs and dings and things I've broken just compulsively spinning them or trying to balance them like a laptop where I'm just like, I think I could just hold this laptop like normal, or I could try to spin it on the ends for absolutely no reason. And I'll be in an elevator throwing my keys up in the air for no reason, knowing that at any moment I'm going to blow it and drop them into that little crevice and spend like 3 days trying to put my life back together. That's what it's for. It's like satisfying that compulsion in your mind that just destroys things in your life.
So basically a way to like make it so you don't bite your nails or break pencils or whatever.
Well, I actually bite my nails and fidget spin. I actually dabble in both simultaneously.
Do you do any other like pulling your hair out or anything? Like
no, I don't do that. These are precious. I need these. I'm like now like growing my hair long because I'm like, why didn't I do this when I had thicker hair? Now I'm like coloring it and stuff. I'm like all these things I never did when I had hair. I might never have it again. I should have pictures of me with crazy hair. Because, like, I didn't, like, I always had my hair short, and then I just felt like it was disappearing. I'm like, now I'm going to go all in on hair. I'm all about hair now.
Are you trying to do any, like, revisionist history stuff, like taking pictures of yourself with, like, an 07 spring break tank on so you can pretend, like, no, that was me 10 years ago?
No, I'm not going to do that. That's, like, a lot of effort for me.
I mean, it's not much more effort than having your girlfriend dye your hair. But
that's easy. I could do other things, like when she does that, like, play Xbox or turn it into a vllog.
That's fair. Yeah, turn it into some money. Is it? Are you feeling any? Oh, go ahead.
How's the vlogging going? Is that still rolling? Is that cool?
Yeah, no one really watches it.
But other than that, it's going pretty well.
Yeah, I like.
Is this the right mic?
It's actually. What's that?
I think so.
I asked if I was in the right mic. Go on.
Oh yeah, no, I love it.
Responsibility. Yeah.
I actually enjoy it. I actually enjoy it as a thing, and the fans that do watch are like the core, Mm-hmm. But
yeah, I tried to make a vlog video. I guess when I had my YouTube, like I did my YouTube channel like 7 years ago, like off the start when I saw other people doing vlogs and revealing their face on their game channels and whatnot and getting a bunch of views, and I did a few of them, and like on the fourth take of one. Like, it was just like a realization of like, man, like I look bad. Like my hand isn't going far out from my face. Like it's just whatever. Have you ever seen those things where they do the different angles on the face where you're like, oh, if you look at it in 70 millimeter, you look like a superstar. Mine must have been in 6 millimeter because I just had a billboard of a face across the entire thing. And I just looked like a fat head. And I didn't realize because I was only 20 at the time that just shaving your head to save money and save time at haircuts was not a good look. I look way more looking at old pictures of myself. I'm like, oh man, thank God fucking Trump wasn't president back then, or I would have had some bad vibes at Mizzou. Like,
well, yeah, vlogging is like a primary thing is always interesting to me. Like I said, like, vlogging's not my thing. And I kind of like to an extent, like I can be a little envious of some channels where someone can just be like, yo, this is my day and here's my camera. I'm eating cereal. What? 2 million views? Oh my God. So crazy. Like that is something that I can to an extent be envious, but then you never get the day off from yourself. And when yourself becomes everything that your channel is, it's like, when do you draw the line? You know what I mean?
It's really a problem when you hate yourself as well, and you use liquor to constantly escape from yourself. It becomes a delicate balance between needing to expose yourself. No, I remember the concept of self-esteem before I started doing video show, before, the Dick Show became about, and I started broadcasting all the time, and people started like really figuring out scientifically how ugly I am. I'm looking at you guys, Woody, Harley. You guys got like a great vlog face. Me, I always look like a sweat-soaked potato with stringy hair, and like I don't even look at myself in the mirror anymore if I'm passing one. So I'm like, I know it's hideous. I don't need to.
Dude, last year I made like 120, 130 vlogs or something like that. They were 5 days a week, and while I'm vlogging, I'm gaining weight. Right? Oh my god! If you're under the impression that the YouTube comments were kind enough not to mention it, you're very wrong. And they're like, Woody's got Ted Cruz double chin. How can we make Woody great again, right? Because it's like political season. This is the shit they're saying, and it hurt my feelings like so
Ted
bad.
Cruz. You look like Troy Aikman and Ted Cruz had a kid.
That might be the best description of Woody of all time.
Oh man,
it's so brutal, and I'm like, I'm gonna make chin, fat, and obesity banned words on my channel because I can't see it anymore.
I remember they would always post. Oh, go ahead, Harley.
Did you do that?
Yeah. My banned words list is like, I don't know. It might be 200 words long because people used to like have a couple. Like, you can't say whore because I was all kinds of whore. I was like money whore, like whore, slick whore, like whore.
Oh, so you beeped out whore?
I did. Yeah.
I beeped out kike. That is used in the same way that whore was used on your channel.
Okay.
Money kike, stuff like that.
I had a big
You
greedy
go to
kike.
my channel. You can comment whatever you want. No blocked words. 100% free.
Yeah,
Because nobody's
me either,
watching
but
shit. Nobody's watching shit, but yeah, no videos. But you can comment whatever you want.
Yeah, if you use the K word, my mom wants to write a response back, so I did it for her sake.
Oh, that's smart.
Not because the bad words offended me, but because like people rarely wrote asshole in the midst of a compliment, right? Like if that word's in there, it's probably a really negative comment. So that stuff like that would get yanked.
So you're saying people have to comment hate in a way that circumnavigates this minefield of censorship that you've laid out before them, where they have to be like, my word, sir, I disagree wholeheartedly with your contention that Donald Trump is not doing a good job as president, and I'll explain it and elucidate in the following ways. Like, no, nobody's going to do that. They're going to call you a whore and then not come back.
Good. Yeah. There's going to be all kinds of like censored comments on this video now, but yeah, that's what I did as a way to like protect myself from the mental harm they were dishing out. But now, shockingly, like I guess I didn't show myself like in my paramotor vlogs for a while, and they're complimenting my weight loss. You guys probably don't know I'm down 23 pounds last I checked. And and they're just I what I did is I lowered the bar. I lowered expectations. And now that I've gone from like fat guy to dad bod, I'm fucking smoking by comparison. So here I am.
So you intentionally set the bar low, but you were playing the long con, gaining weight and then coming back.
Let's go with that. Yeah.
I remember like to Dick's point about like when people submit art or whatever, and sometimes it's not flattering, or you like pass yourself in the mirror, and you're just like, oh, who's that? Oh no, man, that's me. Fuck.
I am a person. Again.
Yeah, I did want to say, by the way,
like we got stuff Woody, like go ahead.
I was just saying, me and Woody have terrible vlog faces too. By the way, I wanted to throw that out there. But yeah, continue.
I don't have a good vlog face either.
No,
but what I do
also
know is because we talk about Game of Thrones a lot. Last time Harley was on, we talked about it a lot because we all watch it, and so that we often get Game of Thrones photoshops and such of us into characters, like kind of lightheartedly and sometimes not lightheartedly, because that's the kind of group of people we've cultivated here over the years. But like, I remember looking at one and going through and like, haha, yeah, Woody's fucking Cersei, or oh, there's Kyle as the midget, and then I saw me on Samwell Tarly, that fat giant globe of a person, and I'm like, this isn't funny. This is not funny anymore. I don't approve of this. That's my only band thing is, and all the owl comments. I don't mind that because it is really accurate. When people kept telling me when I don't have a beard, I'm
you
very
look like an owl.
I'm very owl-like in my quality, and so a lot of
eyebrows.
Oh yeah, very big eyebrows. The owl thing, just embrace it because when they first started saying it, 7 years ago, the first time I showed my face and the first comment was owl. Like ever since then I've looked and been like, no. And then maybe a week after I'm like, God damn it. Like they got me good. Like I look as much like an owl as fucking Mitch McConnell looks like a turtle. Like very, very good quality stuff. But yeah, it is disheartening to be photoshopped fat, which I should not have said. Because now that's all.
I see where this is going. Harley, you've lost a bunch of weight. Are you still losing weight?
No, now I'm maintaining. I was probably, I guess I was in better shape the last time I was on the show, but I never put weight back on. I'm probably just softer now.
Are you still lifting a good bit?
What's that?
Are you still lifting a good bit?
Yeah. I guess I changed my diet up and my regimen a bit, and now I'm like a dad bod. But I could build the deck in the back. Like that.
That's what you need a dad bod for. So you're like a Caterpillar that you would rent from Home Depot, not like a big one anymore. Because you were I remember on the last episode, you're wearing a tank top and you looked like you'd really been hitting the iron.
Oh yeah, I was very serious at that point in time.
What's it like to fall off that? Because I know me, Kyle, and Woody for the past few months have been holding each other accountable and trying to not be, fat fucks and working out and shit. Like, we're all still into it now. What was the first sign you noticed of you know what? Fuck it today. Or was it so gradual you don't even know?
Because at that time I was waking up at 6 a.m. to work out. And I also I had gone a couple weeks not eating any meat even. So I was in a place. And I got to this moment where, and I remember the 2 days where I had abs, and I remember being there and being like, okay, I don't need this. And then
I don't need this.
Going back
2 days with abs.
Yeah, there was 2 days. I have it up on my Instagram. If you go pull back to last summer,
of course.
I did
360 degrees.
I'm checking off every terrible YouTube quality right now. Shirtless selfie, colored hair, vlog channel. But I got to that place and I was like, I don't need this. Let's do this and eat pizza and eat burgers, but I just won't get to 290 pounds again. I'll stay at 235. I just don't need to push it to that 220.
Didn't you have a feeling of I fucking did this. The deed is done. Now I maintain it. Or was it all right, you're doing ladders in the gym where you touch your goal and then you're sprinting back in the other direction?
I have a weird frame of mind with it, actually. I'm kind of I know where I can go, and unless I have a reason to be there, it's a weird thing to think of, but if I had a reason to be that dedicated to being muscular, then I would do so. A role, for example, you know what I mean? If there was something like that I wanted, that I needed that to have
when
that.
When Guardians of the Galaxy comes along,
yeah,
you'll do that.
Yeah. I hear that there's auditions for a Lobo movie or something, and I'm like, okay, I'll go.
Lobo.
I'll go fucking try and get jacked. But other than that, I just maintain there's so much work involved every day, and just life to enjoy, and I like fucking playing with toys and shit. So, it's a time consuming thing, and I respect people that are dedicated to it. I love those men and women flex down competitions, Mr. Universe.
Really?
Yeah, I love that. I love that stuff.
As gay as it might be. I watch Nick Strength and Power, his YouTube channel, and he covers those guys, and he also covers the physique guys. And I feel like the physique should be the bigger competition. I don't know why.
You know why it's not?
No.
Because it's literally not the bigger competition.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Talking about
switch.
Literally, they are literally bigger guys. It's why you and I'm saying it's very American, heavyweight. The heavyweight is what matters. And truth be told, like aesthetic is amazing, and I'm like way more impressed by it in many respects. But at the end of the day, you're taking like a guy who's like 6'5" and 280 pounds, and he just looks like he's like, it's like on a different level. It's not even about, you know, how perfect it is. It's just how big humans can be if humans dedicate themselves to being big. And so it's like literally it's the bigger competition, at least in my eyes.
I want to see a god up there. I want to see somebody that I have no chance of being like, because if he looks like me, I'm like, that makes me feel bad. I want to see a guy who I'm just like, no, his genes are all this and that, and his dad's been a bodybuilder for generations. No chance I could do that.
I don't like any of them, but the physique guys chisel it, right? They're both of them have no body fat, but the physique guys will be like, I need my lats to do this, or I don't know. I'm not that into it.
Well, if you look, do you know any of these people? Do you know who Phil Heath is?
He's the Mr. Universe guy, right?
So, yeah, exactly. Like that.
He's the one they're trying to unseat. Yeah.
That guy is like, that guy's body is like, he's literally like, if you took a muscular person and photoshopped them huge, like that's what he really is. He is that. Like that.
Yeah,
to
this
me
guy
is
looks like you take a picture of yourself in the mirror and then get an app called like Jackify. Actually, that's not a good. That's not a good name for it. But whatever. Like, but that's what it does look like. This guy. Totally he looks like you blew him up with a pump. That's insane.
Yeah, it really is an insane thing. And like, that's just like, you know, it's just the pinnacle of something. You know what I mean? When you look at like, you know, athletes or whatever. I mean, I was just thinking about it before when we were talking about fidget spinners. I never went down the fidget spinner rabbit hole. I never went and Googled like fidget spinner competition. I'm sure there's people out there like that are probably doing the craziest shit with fidget spinners. You know what I mean?
I'm doing the lamest shit.
I can't be bothered to search fidget spinner, but I'm sure there's probably like the best fidget spinner-ist in the world. That person must exist, and he must have a channel.
Have you ever been to a rave and you come across one of those people who's wearing gloves that has a light on the end of each finger, and they come up to you? And okay, I'm talking about when you arrive at the rave and you're still sober and you're getting around, and somebody comes up to you and they do like a trail of things, and like I'm sure they go up to all their friends who are on Molly and they're like, "Oh, that's fucking awesome, Ted. You got fingers of the gods." But you go up to somebody else, and it's like, "What the hell is wrong with you? Get out of here."
Yeah, I don't know.
All those guys are the heroes, man.
No, I always feel like they're trying to distract me while another deviant pickpockets me or something. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm imposing what I would do if I were a fingerman, but who knows?
A fingerman.
A fingerman.
I like the title you've assigned them.
Yeah.
Like,
I was a Burning Man last year, wandering out through the middle of the desert. I don't know. I have no idea what time it was. Probably, it felt like 3 or 4 in the morning, but it was probably 9:30. And all of a sudden, this ball of fire springs to life and starts twirling around in the darkness and goes. It just like I'm like, oh, okay, I'm figuring it out in my inebriated state. Like it's a guy twirling a stick around a ball of fire around, okay, and then it starts shooting off like 10 feet, 15 feet, and reeling back in like something at a Soul Calibur. I must have watched that guy for like 10 minutes putting on this little performance for me, and I walked up after. I was like, dude, that's amazing. Like. And then I had this feeling of like, do I have to blow this guy or what? Like, what was the point? Can I just walk away now?
$2 would be fine, I'm
That's
sure.
the protocol. You're supposed to blow him after that.
That's what I thought. So I ran away.
$2.
I said, close your eyes, and then I socked him so I could get out of there.
What is Burning Man like? I've never gone to a music festival like that's basically what it is, like a Roman debauchery festival with music and big statues, and I really don't know.
It's cool for as far as festivals go. It's takes a lot of work to get there, so I think that matters. I think people appreciate it a little bit more. And there is a ton of beautiful young women there who want to find themselves, and it just so happens that themselves is usually in your tent. So. It's a lot of fun. The music is great.
That sounds like a great. So it's really just a place where girls with Harley colored hair hang out, and they're like in the middle of their like lesbian until graduation, but they still want dick. Yeah, that kind of thing. And then they I see where you're coming
from. Burning Man. You can get straight up just a Harley. Like not even a girl lookalike. Like you get me. You
just
get me in your tent.
So it's
That'd be
easy to get laid
intimidating.
at Burning Man? That's true?
I mean, it's hard not to get laid.
I heard there's
I could
a
do it.
cougar tent.
Well, the thing is, like it's so detached from the regular world. Like there's no cell phones, there's no TVs. Like I think the constant stimulation that everybody has in the regular world is gone. So like the dumbest things are entertaining. Like a conversation that would be shit on at a bar, like a pickup line that would never work in a zillion years. Hello works at Burning Man. You just walk up and say, "Oh, hi, how are you doing?" And it's like, "Oh, we're both humans again," without you know.
Because they don't have the choice to like betray you and look down in their phone and like pretend like you're forced into conversation. It's like being in the 50s where I assume you just went to the soda fountain and played jacks and did. It is. You want to court?
I feel like
court
this
you?
only works if you follow the first 2 rules of dating. Everyone knows the first 2 rules of dating: be attractive, don't be unattractive. Right? Those are the rules.
If you're unattractive, you just go for an unattractive girl.
No, I think I've never been, but I can only imagine that you don't need to be attractive. I think you can, in this scenario that he's describing, you can actually be ugly, tie a shirt on your head, and maybe just be erect, and you're good.
Yeah, everybody's
they
got so much
this-
bullshit on their face, like Bane, that they can't tell if you're hot or not.
Yeah, you put on a gas mask and be erect. Like
Have you
that's
heard about
that's what
the
I
rainbow
understand
parties,
of Burning Man.
right?
What I understand of Burning Man is you can put on a gas mask, be erect, and anyone will have sex with you. On a bicycle. I saw people on bicycles.
Heard about these rainbow parties, right? Where girls wore different colored lipsticks. They all gave blowjobs to guys, and your dick would have a rainbow on it by the end of it. And teenage me didn't recognize that that's not even what would happen. He just thought, "Oh my God, how do I get into a rainbow party?" Right? Like, how does this happen? They're not real. Are you telling me Burning Man's real? That this is a thing? People can get laid at Burning
first
Man?
of all, rainbow parties are 100% real.
Really?
No, they're not. They can't be. It wouldn't even work.
No, I hosted one.
It's not about actually making a rainbow of the penis.
Oh, well then, what's it about then?
It's about a blowjob party with different colored lipstick.
You gotta tell us how you know they're real. Please tell me you've been to one.
Harley,
Yeah?
have you been to a lipstick party?
No.
Oh.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think that like Woody, you're imagining it.
I'm telling you. Why would you think that they don't exist?
Because it's really like it's hard enough to get a blowjob, right?
It's hard enough. It was hard enough for you to get a blowjob in your day, and it was harder. It was also hard for me in my day, but like it's not our day anymore. Like there might be a rainbow party app.
My day.
Like that could happen. Like there was like think about it. You never did you ever make a Tinder profile?
Yes.
No, I'm too old for that.
Yeah, no, I was asking Woody. Like, yeah. So like I understand that a rainbow party didn't exist then, but now like that's nothing.
It's not even the girl thing that makes it troubling. It's the fact that like I have a hard time imagining like having a group text with 9 guys and then another one with 9 girls and being like, all right, all our buddies are coming over to sit in a room and get blown together. And it's
you can't even decide where to go to dinner. You're going to decide where to get 9 guys sucked off? That's never happening.
That is so fucking true. Yeah, you ever try and organize a dinner party with 5 people that you like?
I'm under the impression you only need one guy. I thought
Harley brings up a strong point. It seems like one guy would get it done. You could have a rainbow party. It takes at least half a dozen mouse.
No. It doesn't. Technically, a rainbow party can occur, I would say, even with 1 man and 2
women.
No.
I wouldn't even say women. I would just say 2 more.
just 2 more pairs of lips.
You've ruined this party, Harley.
And as long as they just take turns and rotate colors and change the colors up and make sure you hit, blue, indigo, violet, whatever, that's it.
You're gonna let them change colors. Like we could do it with 1 girl. Like my wife and I could have a rainbow party.
Yes, I did.
Just draw
I would debate that. I would debate that.
You're going to get the Reservoir Dogs problem, too. No girl wants to be Miss Brown. They all want to be pink.
Oh yeah, nobody wants to be mauve. They want bright red. They want bright pink or bright green or something. And then you'll have two girls who have like dark color eyes or green eyes, like bitching at each other because they have the same complementary color. You know how women are with that kind of shit. Where are you serious? Like you've never been with a couple girls out and they do their whole. Oh, well, to your thing about Burning Man, like Woody, I don't understand why you're having so much trouble accepting that lots of ugly people fuck there too. Oh, yeah, it doesn't mean that the ugly person's going to get a hot chick, but there is a tent there. I'm sure. You remember when Ethialtes in 300 goes into that crazy tent with all those ladies with like one arm and like burned off tits, and he's asking for the outfit and everything, and Xerxes is like, I am a generous god, or whatever he does, and he lets him do it. Like that is what I'm imagining with the ugly tent. Some amputees, maybe war veterans, nothing but respect. You know, and they're getting blown in these tents, and like it wouldn't be hard to get laid there. The way Dick is describing
just know your weight class, right? You know, don't try to punch above your own weight class. Go in there and you get some action. I can see that.
I think that's something you can bring with you going into a nightclub. But I think from what I understand of Burning Man, never having been there, you can punch above your weight class. People are there like, I want to suck off an ugly guy. I want to suck off an ugly guy on drugs. And that's what I'm going to do. The first ugly guy that comes up to me and says hello, I'm going to do that because it's Burning Man. That's what
because it'll piss my dad off. Yeah. If I blow this guy in the desert.
I purposefully
at Cisco, and he told me, like, you told me because he kind of worked for me and he needed time off. I was like, all right, cool. And then like later on, I brought up like, oh, right. Burning Man is that week. You know, we need to work around it. And it was a problem for him. He's like, I can't believe you told people I'm going to Burning Man. And I'm like, I had no idea. You know, I treated it as if it was like sandals, Burning Man, camping, skiing. I don't know.
People are like, oh, you're going to go do acid and fuck.
Yeah. He's like, you're basically telling him I do all the drugs that I'm going to
and all the people.
He didn't say that. And I don't, you know what? He might defy you're able to get laid, this guy. You know, this is a IT guy at Cisco.
Was this that Indian fella?
He was not Indian, no.
Oh, so he was the other white guy in your department. Yeah.
He was, yeah, wasn't really in my department, but yeah. But we worked together on a project. Anyway, he didn't have too many women hitting on him.
Dick, your hair is getting out of control. Is there gonna be some trimming of that anytime soon? Because
no, man,
you look more and more like a Roman.
I was thinking about it, but I got a compliment from a really beautiful girl on it, so I was like, "Oh, sweetheart, you just added 3 years onto this hair. Thank you very much. I'm gonna text my mom a picture of you so she knows who to hate for the next 3 years."
No, it's good. I like it. It's got a good shine to it.
Thank you. Good. Take
it
care
looks healthy,
Harley.
It looks healthy. Don't make it blue.
Your hair shines too.
I went through that phase.
Don't do that.
You did? What color were you in your face?
Oh, dude, all of them. When I started doing the show, somebody found my old MySpace profile, and like they need a new word for the emotion of the internet has found an old social media profile of mine, because it's like a mix of self-loathing and like terror that I don't have any other time. So like this idiot got real excited and posted a picture of me with red hair on. I logged into MySpace, delete. Like, please don't have. He didn't. Thank God he didn't download anything else before he found it. But there was green, blue, purple. I ruined a lot of sheets.
When you go back to like those old social media, you're right. There does need to be a word for it, but it's just blind panic. And then when you do go through, like I'm sure you were looking through the MySpace pictures, it's like you're looking at a version of you from an alternate reality where you're like, this isn't even me. Who is this guy? Like, who made these decisions? Like, I would, that's not my brain. My brain would never do that.
But I noticed that like almost no matter what, and I almost realize this like every day when I make choices with some of the clothes I put on or how I look, I'm like, no matter what, I'm going to look back from 10 years now and be like, what a fucking loser. No matter what. And I know that because I do it like 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I look back, I'm like, this fucking loser. Now I do it with videos. Now I see him, I'm like, oh my God, shut up. You're so ugly. And like, it's me. I know no matter what, I'm not going to be happy with this guy.
Do you ever go back or in your head think about old shit and then like you get so uncomfortable by it that you have to be like clap your hands or something or be like, oh, haha.
Yeah, you're literally like by yourself doing anything, whatever, and you'll just be like, fuck, that was really terrible.
Yeah.
That was bad.
I had one of those the other day.
I can't believe I did. And it's like something from 1995. Like you
actually
farted in front of your crush in elementary school.
Harley, do you get people playing your videos a lot? I would imagine that happens to you.
Once upon a time, I think in the earlier days, it would like I would go places and people would put it on and be like, right, you?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but nah.
Whenever we meet,
because I edited the first like 150, no matter what, when I hear me or if something's being edited or someone puts it on, I'm like, turn that fucking guy off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's nothing worse than when someone I know finds out about PKA and then we'll just like pull it up in public and I have to be like, no. This is not, we're at the fucking bank, asshole. Like,
you're saying some crazy shit and you're like, oh, you had to watch like literally the 100 hours of broadcasting before that to get what I'm saying. It's really weird.
Yeah, I'm doing a character. The character is being a bad person. Don't believe what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like if it comes up that I have a YouTube channel or something, or that, you know, once upon a time is popular, and my wife is always like, show him the dog collar video. Show him the dog collar video. Get out your phone. And it's like, no, not that one. No. It's kind of funny. I mean,
that is the one that I would show if it was your channel. It's basically Woody putting a Great Dane dog collar on and then barking loudly to see when it kicks in. And it like your foot was tapping. It was so powerful by the end.
Like, because what happens is you make it go off and it shocks you. And I'm like, all right. But if you keep misbehaving, it gets louder. And I'm saying this through giggles and stuff. Like, I could hardly contain myself. And, like, you bark the second time. And at the end, like, my leg is kicking and my head is jerking and my hands are like this. And it
was not the video that I
really
share with
horny.
people that's not as horrible. Like, because I would never send them, like, a video game video of mine to be like, this is what I was like in 2010. Like, because nobody wants that. But the one I send to them when they're like, oh, but you did the YouTube thing. Yeah, send me something. Do you remember Hurricane Sandy? That fun thing. As that was happening, I took news footage from a Hurricane Sandy news reporter who was talking about the destruction and everything, and I edited it over the footage of New York being destroyed and the day after tomorrow to all the different things of, you know, oh, look at the horror as people are dying and whatnot. And in retrospect, I should have waited until Hurricane Sandy had passed until I posted it because people, it was a little insensitive, people said, but that's the one I go to because and I'd rather them watch that and be like, man, what a piece of shit, insensitive person than open up a video and have me in 2011 being like, hey, I'm using the Scar S on shipment today. Like it makes me want to scream. That's so uncomfortable. But you must be pretty happy you didn't jump into the YouTube thing, Dick, right?
Oh, yeah. I got that same thing where if whatever I hear before, like even stuff I heard last week, because we do like an hour podcast and I'm trying to explain how I feel about whatever, like current news events. I'll listen to it and just go, God, what a fucking idiot. That does not make any sense. It's like, it's just rambling bullshit. Like I can hear when the panic takes over and my mouth just starts going and I just go like, it's another failure. Like you blew it again. You had it. I can hear it right now in my head, even trying to explain this. Like it's so easy to sit there and write it out. It's so easy to sit there and obsessively write a comment on Reddit or on YouTube and just delete over and over. But talking in a way that's unedited, I sound like such a fucking ass all the time. I'll want to pull out one sentence and just go, that one was good. That one sentence was good. Delete everything else.
You should take up a heavier hand in editing.
They like I don't know what it is. I'll be like, Canadians aren't real people, so when there's like a disaster in there, it's not as big a deal. And they'll like tweet me that the next day, and at first I don't even recognize it as something that came from me. It's like, oh, that's pretty fucked up. Oh no, it's like every day I wake up after a blackout because of PKA, and
well, we have like running jokes about that shit where Kyle will say that Irish people are the spawn of Satan and are the worst, and Irish people deserve everything they got, and all that. And so like that's a joke from like a year ago. And so the people watching then, they're like, oh yeah, when they say people aren't people unless they're American, they're joking around. But we don't ever explain that. And so I'm sure like 4 episodes ago when we're like, oh, there was a horrible tsunami in Africa. It's like, how many people died? They're not even real. Fuck it. Like, and it just comes off as really shitty.
Senegal. It's just.
Oh yeah. There's lots of
fun.
Ridiculous things on it. Yeah, it's fun. It is fun. It's just so uncomfortable to go back and listen and think, oh, like that memory that was in my head in 8th grade. Did you guys have 8th grade middle school graduation? Or did you just have high school? So I remember 8th grade graduation.
I was sitting next to the hottest girl ever because we had our last names were the same. And now I think back on it. I can remember how hot I thought she was. And I'm like trying to not remember right now because I know she was like, 13 or something like that.
It's like the same thing when you're at the mall and you like see a girl with a great ass and then she turns around or her mom walks up and you're like, oh, what kind of person are you?
What were you saying, Harley?
I actually completely forgot. Probably wasn't important.
It'll come back up. We've got time, as you know, on this podcast.
I immediately got interested in when you said that when you were checking a girl out.
As soon as you heard hot 13-year-old, Harley's mind went zoomed in.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I.
God forbid.
I don't go
make that joke. I
don't go by preschools and places, obviously, because that's what pedos do. But I'm saying if you're at the mall and you see a lady with a nice ass, what you think is a lady with a nice ass, like standing at Chick-fil-A, and then she turns around and she's got braces on and, like a spelling bee champion shirt or whatever, you just feel gross. But at the same time, it's like you had no idea before she turned around. That could have just been
from behind, she looked like a 16 or 17-year-old.
Yeah. Like
I can recall being at like old like convention, like VidCon things, like like 3 years ago, and like someone coming up to me and like talking, and me being like, "How old are you?" And they're like 17. I'm like, "Get away from me." I'm like mad at like security that it's like an open bar thing at night, and there's like kids at these YouTube things. I didn't go to VidCon this year
because of that, or just
I felt like it was like I rarely, the only people that are happy to see me at VidCon are dads here and there, and I was just like, it's a little crazy. Do you guys watch YouTube, by the way?
Yeah, I watch YouTube videos. I don't.
Is that what you
go around to the popular shit?
Yeah, the popular shit. So interesting these days.
Like Jake Paul. I know his name, but I don't know what he's doing.
All I saw was these bad in LA coverage or something.
You know about any of this, Dick?
No. I'm what's in right now?
Jake Paul is in.
I got such a backlog of shit people send me that I have to look at that I have
I feel like people wouldn't send you this.
So what does Jake Paul do? Why is Jake Paul so much bigger and badder than the people that came before him? Right? Like there's always been vloggers and there's been silly people. And what does he do?
It's actually like it's not like it's funny, like when we all say like Jake Paul now, it's Jake Paul is, I feel like everything that is YouTube, every creator that I know of has like done a video where they put his name in the title and that video gets like 4 times more than their regular. And he's got like his little network, team 10 of people making videos and they're all popular. And then there's like, FaZe Banks and RiceGum in another LA mansion. And
what kind of videos does he make?
With their network. They all do like, crazy stuff, challenges, vlogs, whatever, like run-of-the-mill YouTube content. And it's like almost like these 2 houses and the content that they all put out, because there's like these multiple people living in the houses. And then like KSI, who was a huge YouTuber and stopped making videos, like came and like moved in to one of these houses. And then these kids from the Jake Paul house went to the RiceGum house to like fight RiceGum.
What? Seriously?
And then like, yeah. And then RiceGum wasn't there. And then FaZe Banks said that if he were home, it's not just a camera that he would pull out, which is like, that's gangster shit. You know what I mean? Like,
gun. I thought he was talking about like
videos.
Pissing on his house or something.
It's actually, it's got to a place where it's like kind of like I don't know, all these kids and all this like drama and all this crazy stuff going on, they kind of put themselves in like into the real world with it. Like they rolled up to the house, and now I'm like, oh, that YouTube drama, it's so silly. Like back in my day, we just, wrapped our dicks in bacon for views. Now people fight each other. And now I'm looking and I'm like, oh shit, like two guys actually physically rolled up to the house being like, yo, you bully people on Instagram, like we're going to show you, oh, he's not home, lucky. And then he made a video like, oh, you're lucky I wasn't home. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, now it's real life. Like, what the fuck has happened to YouTube? Literally, what the fuck has happened? It's like we have like this like it is very fascinating. We have like this ex-Disney star, like ex-Viner, now #1 trending on YouTube with like his little like mafia of content creators in this house causing shit with his neighbors, and then you have this other house with like all these other content creators. And one of the girls in that house who's dating one of the guys was like Jake Paul's ex-girlfriend. So there's this underlying tone to it.
But I have to get this out. RiceGum and Faust had a feud. They met, they had a fight, and it was all a prank. Like they came out 2 days later and said it was fake. Faust? Fausty?
You're so funny. You're the funniest guy.
I don't know his name.
But just because like Foozy is Foozy, and like I it's not that like I expect you to know it, but like it's so funny because like I feel you. I feel you. Like every day there's another content creator, and I'm like, who the fuck is that? And they have like 3 million followers, and like I have no idea. But
10
like
years be me.
But like yeah, exactly. Like that's it. Like it's just like I feel you on that. You're like but. No,
so it was fake last time. Could it be fake this time, or do you think it's real?
Well, it's real. The context is a little different, I find, this time. If it's fake this time, it's executed much better than that time, because that time I was like, nah, that's not real. But now I'm like, wait, I need more videos to determine if this is fake drama or not. I don't have enough yet. But it was interesting to me when, before I was just like, they're starting fights for views. But when it went to real life and they showed up at the house, I was like, oh. Now, like, Team 10's fucking G'd up from the feet up, like, rolling up to the house, like, looking like it's like, we're talking about, like, these are, like, young, hunky online guys, like, in tank tops, like, that are, like,
of dollars and no life skills
bros,
whatsoever.
They hug each other, and they jump a lot when they talk, and, like, they took it to real life.
Did anyone get served?
No one did. But when I saw those kids, I was like, like I'm like, these kids. Now I'm like, oh shit. Now are they about it? Are they really about it?
Are they about it?
I want to know. And then like RiceGum and Banks, like in that house, it's just I don't know where everything's going. It's all crazy. And
you know what? I'm putting all these fucking things in the title of this video. I don't even know.
Oh, you should probably put Jake Paul. Do you know who the Sidemen are?
The Sidemen. I have no idea.
Does it belong as a keyword in the bottom?
No, it's just one of my takeaways from this is that like I didn't know who the Sidemen were. Now I do, but like KSI was a YouTuber that I know, and it's funny because I'm just like now I've watched all these videos and I have no one to talk about them with, and now I'm just spewing it out to you.
I want to know. No, KSI stopped making videos, right? I didn't even know that.
He's back making videos, and he's in the RiceGum Banks house doing it, and he put out a tweet being like, I'm leaving the Sidemen. I'm doing on to bigger and better things. And I was like, oh, shit. Who are the Sidemen? Because I didn't know. And then I looked them up, and they have like 1.5 million followers on Instagram and stuff. And I'm like, oh. And then now like the Sidemen, this guy was making a diss track on KSI. And then KSI like leaked his diss track on his Snapchat, dissing back at that guy. And I didn't even know who that guy was. But like now I'm looking at all this, and I'm like, what the fuck is even happening? Like it's more so than ever. It was like I remember like in 2010 I remember like Freddie Wong videos, and I'm like that is the future. I'm like there's shit on TV that doesn't compare to this 3-minute video. This is one guy, or 2 guys, 3 guys, and they made this happen. Like content is crazy. YouTube is at the spearhead of destroying traditional media and creating something new. Like people like Freddie Wong are going to make like sick ass shit that's going to be so crazy. People are going to upload awesome stuff to YouTube.
Wrong.
And it's going to blow minds.
Yeah. You're going to get Norwegian guys crushing boring things with their hydraulic press.
It's a schoolyard fight at recess instead. and it's high school drama.
Casey Neistat makes good videos.
And everyone's fighting each other, but I just remember like in 2010, 2011, and God bless, like, Corridor Digital still uploads videos and stuff like that, and they're awesome. And I look at like what the trending videos of YouTube have become, and it used to be like these like pieces of content, and now it's like, I wonder what's going to happen next.
So much of it is drama that if you haven't followed it from the beginning, you just don't. Like, I see those videos in suggested too, where it's like top trending today, and it's Jake Paul versus RiceGum or whatever his name is, and it's like I don't want to watch this because I don't know who these people are, and I feel like I would need to do so much research to appreciate it. And then by the end to be like, oh, that wasn't worth it. It's just a bunch of jump talkers, bothering their neighbors.
The truth
you mentioned KSI a couple times. I'm pretty sure he hates me. Actually, I'm pretty sure he doesn't think
here comes more drama. Here we go.
Diss track. Like, guys, if this video gets 50,000 likes, Woody's going to release a diss track to KSI. 50,000 likes, let's do it. Honestly, Woody, you're bound. You're literally verbally bound right now. This is it. Like, you have to do it if it gets 50,000 likes. It's not going to get 50,000 likes, right?
No, it won't get 50,000.
No. But if it does, Woody's gamertag diss track, KSI, put it in the title. Trust me.
You're so probably right.
Who is KSI?
So KSI is a British YouTuber. He's a black guy. He's really funny, and he used to make FIFA videos that. I'm sorry.
Just kidding. Continue.
Oh, and he was the first guy to like edit it really well. He'd do these big reactions to like his highs and lows during the game. Anyway, way back in the day, we had him on PKA, and the episode was kind of ruined by DDoSers and stuff. So I invited him on like over Twitter. I'm like, hey, do you want to come back and do it again? And he was like super rude to me. Like, and I was like, if you don't want to come on, that's fine. It was just an invitation. Like, I thought you might want to do it. He seemed to want to do it before. And like, I don't even put it together, but Wings of Redemption is treating him very rudely. And it's at a time when you might not know who was bigger, like KSI or Wings of Redemption. And KSI was just like tearing me a new one over Twitter very publicly. And all his tweets are getting like way more likes and retweets. I know.
Oh, that's so disheartening, isn't it?
Yeah. And I'm just trying to like I don't know, like I don't even know why he's upset. And later I kind of get it, like Wings and I are associated together, so he might be mad at me even though I did nothing. But yeah, that's my KSI background. And then KSI blew up to be this like mega YouTuber, and I'm in the doghouse with him, and I guess.
Well, get ready, Woody, because if Harley's right, you're gonna be, spitting some rhymes at KSI. this very famous, I guess.
I've laid
British
some
guy.
Tracks down here and there. I can do it again.
I see. I Googled it, and I just got like a Keemstar tweet that's like KSI versus Woody's gamer tag. KSI is not backing down from the Woody manipulation.
Are you making that up? Really
no, it says that.
And that's a.
Do you guys watch DramaAlert?
No, I don't follow any of the YouTube drama stuff.
So like, I have to like. It's funny. I wouldn't get into this stuff if it weren't like my line of work, but just because like it's YouTube, you know what I mean? Like, I go trending every day. It's like something I need to know. I need to know, like, why is this important? Why is this getting lots of exposure? What's interesting about this? So like to do that, like, or to get into that world of what's trending, like DramaAlert ends up being a focal point of information in this world, and I can't say that I would ever be, watching, Jake Paul diss videos if it weren't the most watched videos on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like the summer of 2017 was literally Jake Paul's on YouTube. He completely, even now, like every week it's like trending. Every YouTuber puts it in their title. Aren't you like, well, we have a show on YouTube. Aren't you like, I should look at it, see what's going on, my place of business.
Yeah, no. Just to kind of get a feel for it. I feel like I'm
using the wrong YouTube.
Yeah, I use YouTube didn't even know. Totally I thought trending was gone. The way I use YouTube is I search like if they suggested videos the way they used to before they changed YouTube to make it so they just suggest whatever they want you to watch. All of my suggestions were fat people falling and failing and animals fighting. Like I would go, like if I came back,
2009.
like in college, I would come back from the bars drunk and just in my apartment, and then like wake up the next morning and be like, what did I do for like the next 3 hours? Go check YouTube, and my search history is like grizzly bear versus black bear, grizzly bear versus gorilla, no, orangutan versus gorilla. It's not gonna find that. They're on different continents. Orangutan versus tiger. Like I just tried to find good animal fighting videos. There's something about those.
That's literally that was my YouTube history 2009, like to a T. I remember spending all of 2009 animals fighting. I remember having a particular freak out being like, yo, kangaroos fucking exist. They're like my height. Like, are they? Is a kangaroo taller than me? I'm like, I gotta know this. And then I'm like, how can a lion beat up a tiger? I'm like, how many lions to beat up a tiger? I'm like, I need to know this stuff. Like,
I spent so much time trying to find one video of a gorilla lifting a traditional weight, and I cannot find it. Like, I just want one fucking video of a gorilla doing a bench press. That's it. We have sent men to the moon. They're going to build a wall out of solar panels on the southern border of this country, and yet we can't get a goddamn gorilla to bench press. Like, I just want to see how much it could do.
800 pounds, from what I understand.
My YouTube, that's how much they can yank in like a door situation. This is something we've covered. I've done my research. My YouTube is filled with people flying paramotors and operating farm equipment. I don't know. Those are the things I like watching. The guy, I follow this guy, Ask a Capper or something like that. I watch everything he puts up. He dug a lake like 2 months ago. And every day I hop on my computer wondering if it got deeper. Like, oh, did Capper get any rain? But I can't stop. It's like you're following the drama. This guy's lake gains like 3 inches a week. And he has a PVC pipe so that fish can like swim. Well, someday when there's water there, and you can see the progress above like the fish catch and the PVC pipe. And I know everyone's fast forwarding through this section right now, but I am enthralled with this lake filling process. And he's got another lake next to it, and he takes out the wall sometimes, and that lake pours into this lake. And those are bad
Woody,
days.
I've watched the guy use computer remote controlled mini construction equipment to excavate a basement. It's like a 10-hour video of a guy's 6 months, and it's not time lapse. It's not. There's no.
No.
You're watching it in real time.
Yeah.
These little, and it's like an entire crew that he's got bulldozers digging in, making a little pile. Like it looks like a full-on construction yard for ants, for mice. Like
that's awesome, though.
It is.
I would watch that. I
enjoy
so
satisfying.
I enjoy white noise content, and something like that, just going for 10 hours while I'm editing, like I would genuinely enjoy that. I watched that live hole being dug like that whole weekend. Do you remember that? Where they streamed, they were just digging a hole on Black Friday.
What were they digging for?
It was Cards Against Humanity, I believe. They just had a live stream for Black Friday, and it was for every amount being donated, it was going to keep the hole digging. So people were literally throwing money into a hole. Being dug. It went on for like 72 hours, and they made like $115,000 in donations. And people were like, donate it, and they were like, no, and they were like, well, why not? They were like, you donate. And like they just like did it like a Black Friday, and I watched that whole stream. Like I chilled, and it was just a digger like pulling dirt out of a hole, and I just left it on, put the volume a little low, and just lived life.
Then you probably
what I tried to do. I didn't put enough effort into it, but there was a Samsung 7 came out, and the phone apparently blew up while charging it. So I was like, this is the greatest live stream ever. I'm just going to put a camera on this fucking phone with it plugged in and wait for it to explode. Like, who knows how big this could get? And I couldn't find the phone. They stopped selling it, and I didn't.
So that's how big it could get. Not off the ground. Yeah. Do you know how many times I've watched the same guy in Vietnam get his head bitten down on by a crocodile before it starts spinning? Hundreds of times. I don't know what it is about that video, but I get such a sick, perverse sense of glee when I see people who are poking and prodding animals that they shouldn't be poking and prodding finally get some comeuppance. Yeah. Like, you knew what could happen. Did you think this reptile was your friend? Like you got nice clothes and your pantaloons and shit, dressed like Aladdin. You're clearly not a slave forced to do this.
I always feel bad for the for the animals in those scenarios, and I'm happy when they come out on top. Except when it applies to animal and dog, I do always side with dog, as dog being man's best friend. And there's this excellent video where these guys, it sounds like they're in Australia, and you see this kangaroo has a dog in a chokehold. And he's choking this dog, this kangaroo, and kangaroos have huge nails. They can like slice open a dog in a second, and it's holding it in a chokehold. And this guy like hops off the car and like walks over. It's his dog. He like walks right over to the kangaroo, and the kangaroo's like holding the dog like in tighter, and the dog's wiggling. The dog gets out. The kangaroo stands up. The guy punches the kangaroo in the face, and the kangaroo literally goes like, and like looks around like, what just happened? And there I'm like, that's right, don't fucking touch the dog, you get knocked out. Like,
yeah, the kangaroo's fucking with the dog, and the guy comes and he's got like proper boxing form, like he comes at it, and the kangaroo just like, all right, no then, it didn't understand. Like it was like that kangaroo was literally got hit, and he was like, I know nothing about combat, and he's like, I'm done. Like, this happens to me on this show all the time because I'm consistently outnumbered. Kyle and Taylor seem to assign nearly like mythological strength to like any animal. Any like you
again?
No, let's do it. Let's do it. Give it. Let's do it.
Feel it. And he's like, oh, Woody, you could never fight, and then it's like a goose because he's a wild animal.
Hold on, real quick. If a goose, what the hell? If you implanted into a goose's mind, Woody, that it was mad at you, you would win that fight in the end because it's a goose. But that goose is going to do a little more damage than you think. And to be fair, I never said they had mythological powers. I said they have superhuman powers. Definitionally, they have superhuman powers.
Why the hell? Why is that? What's superhuman about a goose?
Hold on, just so you know. Wait, my dog. It's like a 2-pound dog. He's an idiot. Little dumb dog. Superhuman smell and superhuman hearing. Yeah. Just saying.
They all have superhuman
They are
abilities.
like they're better than ours. And he's a little idiot. And his hearing is better. But that can be applied to lots of things. Like I understand the idea of like animals can like you know, if it's Woody versus a house cat and the house cat is filled with rage and Woody's default starting position is he's sleeping, there's a chance he might lose the battle.
No way! See, here's the thing.
Cat is smart, goes right for your throat, and you're sleeping. It gets one free hit. One free hit.
And more than that, like, so I think sometimes Kyle and Taylor are looking to come out of this battle unscathed. I'm not. I'm just coming out the clear victor, right? Me against, say, a smaller deer. I will fuck up a deer. I will. I can take out a deer.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Wait. Hold on.
Didn't we prove this battle by like having society and civilization? We beat all these things already.
We beat them. Hold on, Woody. Let me get the point. The pro
animal.
We are the alpha animal. But what you have to remember is this is hand-to-hand combat. This isn't using everything that you have as a human. This is just saying how you fight. We also weren't talking about does. We were talking about a buck, like a smaller buck, mid-sized buck.
Wait, a small buck in a regular sized room, closed doors, no windows. Woody's naked. The buck is in there also.
Octagon.
Put it outside.
Okay, octagon. Fine. Everything octagon, and you have the fighting gloves on, and you got little tight shorts, and it's a young buck. I'm just curious, how are you? And even if it was just going to not move, how are you going to kill it with your bare hands? That's difficult, even if it's not moving.
Eyes.
All I need to do is establish supremacy, right? At some point, I will take the fight out of this dough, and he's going to be looking to escape. He's going to be
an octagon. It's to the death. You have to kill this.
Yeah, you can kill it. Eventually, it'll just smear itself on the fence, or maybe a rear naked choke. I don't know.
That's the thing. There's a video that I found just recently, another quality animal fight video. A guy who was accosted by a deer, a buck. And
I saw that.
This is a normal sized man.
I think that happened in Canada.
Hunting shit. Yeah, it probably did happen in Canada. And the buck just goes over to him and immediately raises up and gives him a flurry of just right on his face, right on his chest. No, those things, like animals. It's the same way that if you told a chimpanzee to open a can of soda, even if they had the dexterity to reach under the tab, they just and rip the whole thing apart because they can't gauge their strength. That deer is putting every punch forward as though it wants to just puncture right through you, like one of those aeration systems on a farm field. Like that thing, even if you win, that buck's gonna fuck you up.
Here's the mythological strength argument again.
Oh,
there's one thing you do, and I'm honestly
so many times.
I'm 99% certain this argument came up last time I was on the show, by the way. And I think I said that the ultimate strategy is you're going to have to slowly circle the buck because it's going to keep turning and looking at you. If you exert dominance, it's not going to attack you. It's just going to want to watch you, and you got to keep circling it, and it will tire out before you do. And then you stomp its neck to death.
We had this doctor professor from some University of Montreal.
Jordan Peterson.
Our show was so highbrow, right? We were all three of us were so smart.
Some doctor, so
Jordan Peterson. He stayed with us for 4 hours, longer than any other podcast, and he's just some guy.
I don't remember the names. Yeah.
Some president.
I was so proud of that show. We put it up there, and it was really well received. And here we are again talking about animal fights.
It's because we've returned to the meat of what this show is.
I think it's funny that YouTube drama was just equated to animal fights. YouTube drama is the new animal fights on YouTube. In 2009, I was animal fights. Now I'm curious. Can a Jake Paul beat up a RiceGum? I want to know. I'm waiting for that video to come through.
RiceGum's not built for combat.
Yeah, Dick had that on
We had a ghetto version of this YouTube drama on so the question with the YouTube drama is always, are these guys just milking it for ratings and attention? Is this a real beef or what? Well, we had two guys we had a mod from the Donald who called into my show, and he got into it with this very aggressively liberal comedian, Asterios Kokkinos, who's always on the show too. And on Twitter, the Donald mod challenged the comedian to a boxing match. So those guys were trying to schedule it out to when their books were going to release, that it would be a pay-per-view event of some sort. For the Donald guy was writing a Trump science fiction novel set in the future. Where Trump is trying to build a wall around the earth to keep out space Mexicans or something like that. And the comedian was trying to get him, because the comedian was just trying to get, views out of it. Those guys both called in and they got so heated up that the Donald mod drove from Philadelphia to New York, and they had a full-on fist fight boxing match in a 24-hour UFC gym at 2 a.m.
How did it go?
It was a draw because the Trump mod, who showed up with his cat, his catkin girlfriend, a girl on full-on cat ears, meowing, hissing at everybody.
Sounds hot.
Yeah,
I'd hit it.
He couldn't land a punch because he's dancing around like a ballerina. And Asterios, who's, I don't know, he's got to be 220. He was so pissed off at the Donald mod that he punched himself into a heart attack. So after the second round, not really, but after the second round, they were both the Donald mod was so tired of getting his face rearranged, and Asterios was sweating hamburger grease that they just called it a draw. And it's the ugliest 2-round, no ref. So every punch is there's backhands, body slams, but two guys who they didn't understand. They didn't want to be part of the YouTube beef culture. They just really wanted to kick the shit out of each other. They hated each other so much.
I've never seen a fight go
damage, but he had to sort of tap out from exhaustion.
Yeah, he did all the damage. The other guy couldn't even hit him. He couldn't even land a punch.
Yeah. It was one of those fights, and I've watched it because I listened to the Dick Show. I've never seen, when you watch a street fight with people who have no idea how to fight, they always hold up the boxing hands for a couple minutes, they maintain it for a couple minutes.
On TV. This is how you fight. This is how you box. Here we go.
Yeah, put it up, you get dukes.
You gotta bounce around like this.
But this was the fastest fight I've ever seen go from this to both people realizing, I know you don't know what's happening, and neither do I. And it just becomes haymakers. And the Donald guy was just taking little like pokes at him. And there was one point where Asterios, I don't know much about boxing, but I knew enough to know this is illegal. Asterios just takes his arm and on a backswing just clocks this kid who is 40 pounds, 50 pounds lighter than him. Like, there's no way that this would be a legal fight in any ring. Asterios is much heavier than that dude. Yeah. But I didn't mind seeing him get beat up because that cat chick was fucking awful.
I don't know if I've ever watched a fight like again. I've never watched a replay of a boxing match, but I've watched this one 1,000 times. There's a high-speed GIF of it, like just so you can watch these two guys.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, I hope that happens. I hope that happens with these YouTubers in the drama. I hope they all meet up on a street corner and just start fighting each other full on.
Whoever monetizes it wins.
You know what, Woody? If you say if KSI comes at you with a sick beat, you just say, "Hey, I'm not into that rap game. Fight me at PAX." And then because you may not know this, Dick, years ago, Woody or I guess Woody, you can explain your "Fight me at PAX" situation if you want to. I know everybody knows, so just abbreviated.
I'll lay it out in fast forward. There was this guy, obviously Jesus, and he hated me. I never talked about him, never talked to him. I hadn't ever met him.
Why did he hate you?
Yeah, I kind of like this guy.
He's a likable guy. His line of thinking was that because my family sometimes showed up in my vlogs, that I was exploiting them for cash. And I have a special needs son. So they're like, "Oh my God, Woody's exploiting this kid." And my line of thinking was like, "What, you want me to take his kid, put him in a closet and like not like be embarrassed or something?" Like, no, that's not how we roll. So so anyway, he would make these videos just like tearing me about, and he attacked my family a lot. Like, he attacked my son constantly. Like, I remember one of them. He shit in a toilet, wiped his ass, took a picture of it, and then tweeted it and said it was my son. Like, that's the level of stuff that he would do. Yeah. So, and I would just not reply because I was like a much bigger YouTuber than he was. I had like 1 million subs, and he had like.
Wait, he was a creator?
Yeah, he had like 22,000 subs, and he hated me so much.
And he like put pictures of his shit up and say it was your son.
Twitter. Yeah, on Twitter, and
he's fucked up.
He called him retarded. He had a lot of he said he was going to anally rape my daughter. That was the thing that he wrote on Twitter.
God.
And my wife, not to leave her out. And then at one point he said that he was going to kick my ass at PAX. And I don't know if I was actively training in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai at the time, but I was trained up. And I was like, aha, I will finally respond. I accept. Let's do this. Let's do this. And he's like, so where? Well, I have a friend who's a UFC fighter, and he has an octagon. So I'm like, Joe, can we do this? Can we do this? And he said yes. And at this point, this obviously Jesus guy is still accepting it. So I've arranged a time and a place and all this to happen. And people start whispering in his ear, like, dude, I don't know how you think this is going to go, but it's not going to go like that. Woody will. It's a very, very lopsided fight. You know, you've totally played into what Woody does well. And then he backed out of it. So I made I made a video that ended with like a self-made rap. I made a few rhymes to 99 problems. And
do you remember any of them? Can you do them?
I could find it, but I think. Yeah, I don't remember.
Woody's singing videos. Let me jump in with Woody's singing videos. His voice
Does he sing like he talks?
It's abominable. The singing is, and like I remember, like I'm one of Woody's friends, so of course I watched his big videos when you were releasing them, and I remember watching like a couple of your like Woody the Slayer or whatever videos with like the montage and the reverberation that somebody edited into your voice, and like after like half of the video, I had to like pause it and like wait for my stomach to stop hurting. You know, like, it's just like, that's not good singing. Like, but because
Woody, I would imagine that you sing like in the same voice that you speak in. Like, that's in my head. That's what I want. I want to see like that dad singing where they just speak like normal, but put that's like how Ted Cruz would do it.
So I found the video. The video is called obviously Jesus. So it hits him on Twitter. is a sorry excuse for a ban. Hashtag Team Gamer Tag. I'm such a dick. And we can't. I'm not producing this episode, so I can't like show the video or anything. But man, I don't know. I don't know how to share this, in the context of the show right now. But
I have to check out this fight, and now this video as well.
Yeah. Just the last 30 seconds or so is me.
This is my homework.
That feeling of people fucking with your family online like that for no reason is so aggravating. Like, you got robbed of a really sad. There was this dude. Like, my show has this huge ongoing feud with Maddox, and it continues. We're in the trademark opposition stage now, but he's got these. Maddox has this network of total shit bags, like shit content, shit podcasts, and guys who are just complete assholes that will have entire episodes dedicated to everybody in my family, going down through them and like saying how they're shit. They're like doing shit, like my girlfriend's a teacher, and they're going into like how awful they think she looks and all this horrible stuff about her, like making up fake accounts.
Can I get in on this? Am I allowed to have a feud with Maddox?
Oh yeah,
that guy. He looks like Mitch McConnell to me.
Dude, it was so out of line. But the day one of these guys fucked up enough, and he got his YouTube and his Patreon shut down, and it was the best. Like, just this piece of shit losing $800 a month, like, out of like, because you can't hit you wake up every day and you want to plant your fist through their head.
What was it that got his channel and Patreon?
I don't know. Abuse, harass. Like, they don't tell you. I asked them, and they don't tell you why they shut stuff down. But I think like having shows purely dedicated to going like people's real fucking names, pictures of them, like saying where they work, going into like great detail about I guess they don't like that. They don't like that at Patreon. I don't know.
I had a similar experience. It was Keemstar. So Keemstar doesn't really talk about me anymore, but he used to make up stuff about me constantly. And like the worst part about it is he'd do like 3 things that were false and 1 thing that was true. And then like he'd have proof of the true thing, and people would think the other stuff was bad. And I always wished I got the same treatment other people got. Like, because when he does drama, he usually just like reads tweets poorly and shit like that. I'm like, man, why doesn't he? Oh yeah, Keemstar is drama alert. Anyway, there was a day, it would have otherwise been a terrible day. I had $6,000 worth of chargebacks at Woodycraft. Like, someone had just sort of ran up a bunch of stuff, and it doesn't wash out because like every chargeback would cost me like $35. So it wasn't like I broke even. Like, the money came and went. I'm out like thousands. And it was the same day I think Keemstar lost his channel. And I was so happy. Like, it was a good day. I was still fine. I was like, net.
What do you mean lost his channel?
net.
What do you mean lost his channel?
Yeah.
So I hope I have my facts right. I might not. I'll put that out there. But my understanding is Keemstar, like a long time ago, bought a network, cinema type thing, like a content aggregator network or something. And
is Woody quiet?
Yeah, I can't hear you, Woody.
Shucks, I'm sorry.
You came back. You're louder now.
That's better.
It's getting better. Okay. Well, all right. So anyway, Keemstar had a network, and then his fatal flaw, if I have the story right, was that he charged people to join it. You know how like people would get with Machinima or Youst or whatever, I don't know, whatever's big broadband, and you're not allowed to bill them to let you in. But people were kind of like, hey, for $50 they could have like a different style page. They could make thumbnails. That used to be a thing that only partners could do. And but YouTube found out he was charging, and suddenly he was like banned off of YouTube for life. So he would make a new channel, and then that one would get banned. He'd make a new channel, and that would get banned. And each of these channels would get some momentum. Like, they'd get up to like 60,000, 150,000 subscribers, and then he'd start again from 0. And I think it was just one of those iterations that happened on that day. So he didn't like do anything in the moment that would get him banned. It was because at the time he was perma-banned from YouTube, but they've since let that go.
Yeah, I never actually had a personally bad or personal encounter with Keemstar myself.
Maybe either.
Yeah, no, he's not my fan. He doesn't like.
How do you get so many enemies, Woody? Seemed like such a nice guy. Except for that crack about Dr. Jordan Peterson, the preeminent scholar, deserves more respect.
So the doctor.
No, Dick, you don't
Some
understand.
doctor.
We had some science guy on for 4 hours. I mean, if he were the biggest thing on YouTube right now, if he were the biggest thing on YouTube right now, it might be worthwhile. But he's no Bill Nye who's gonna propagandize to children with ice cream animations or whatever the fuck he's doing on Netflix.
I didn't mean to knock you.
Speaking of which, we can get back to Woody's enemy talk, but I think we also need to hear a little bit about NatureBox. We all want to eat better. When it comes to snacks, sometimes it feels like the whole world is delicious in 1 billion calories versus boring and tasteless. It doesn't have to be that way. Up your snack game with NatureBox. NatureBox has over 100 snacks that taste good and are actually better for you. All snacks are made from high-quality, simple ingredients, which means no artificial colors, flavors, or sweeteners, so you can feel good about what you're eating. Some of our personal favorites are peanut butter nom noms, chocolate hazelnut granola, and Asiago and cheddar cheese crisps. I like the cheese crisps of those three the most. You're sure to find your new snack obsession at NatureBox. They add new snacks every month, inspired by real customer feedback, the latest food trends, and professional chefs. It's so simple. Just go to naturebox.com, choose the snacks you want, and NatureBox will deliver them right to your door. And there's no risk. If you ever try a snack you don't like, don't eat it. NatureBox will replace it for free. And right now, you'll save even more. NatureBox is offering PKA fans 3 free snacks with your first order when you go to naturebox.com/PKA. That's naturebox.com/PKA for 3 free snacks. I recommend the cheddar cheese chips. naturebox.com/PKA. Check them out. I always go for the salty stuff. So if you're more of a sweet fiend, maybe a little naughtier, then you can go for that too. But they're great. I recommend it highly, and there's nothing better than free.
I went and checked out the copy to see if all the ad-lib recommendations he were doing were in the copy, but they're not. That's genuinely Taylor's recommendation.
It is. It is. I take this seriously. Everybody out there knows Kyle usually does the ad reads. Well, there's a new sheriff in town. We're going to knock him out of the park so well this week that people are going to, the advertisers are going to write back and go, please keep that bearded idiot reading it for us. Please don't go back to that other guy. So we'll see.
There's a new shill in town. Man, we used to read Audible ads, and them encouraging us to get our own products to do testimonials was like the biggest mistake ever. I was like, yeah, Audible, okay, get an account, straight to the erotica section. Let's find the weirdest shit. So every time I read an Audible ad, it was Milked at Her Uncle's Farm, volume what? Volume 2. Let's hear it.
That I remember listening to those and you doing it, and it made me. Audible happens to be a sponsor this week, so that's great.
I have the book right here. I can read you a passage.
Milked at her mother's farm. Oh man, what a! So you got a physical book?
I have it. Yeah, somebody, a dickhead, sent me a copy of the actual book, so I don't have to listen to the woman reading it.
Awesome.
And it's milked at my mother's farm.
Milked at her uncle's farm. It's not gross. It's her uncle.
Oh, they're related. Yeah, that's. Oh man, that's an upsetting. I would never let that grace my bookshelf where someone could read it. I already have the shit test of having Dick's book, Men Are Better Than Women, out sometimes when a new girl comes over, just to see, because you can always tell the cool ones because they'll look at it and go, and they'll pick it up and go, oh, that's pretty true. And then they'll close it and they don't fucking care. But you can tell the uncool ones because they'll immediately open it and take it as seriously as can be. Like, do you really think that women pick out shoes and they care about them more than their children? Like,
what do you drop off there?
Sorry, go ahead.
Wow, is my audio back?
There it is, yeah.
You lay out the premise of this book for Harley?
Oh, Men Are Better Than Women? I mean, I feel like the title, I feel like this is the only book where you can really judge it by its cover.
It's literally a picture of a man with a greater than sign and then a picture of a woman.
I actually I went on a little Google tear before the show, and Googled right before, and like the book came up, and I saw the Dr. Phil thing. I was like, oh, this guy, this guy. And then I went, and it's so crazy. You're saying like before, like you had like brought up the feud. Like it's actually like a lot of what comes up when I Googled you, you know?
Yeah.
And full disclosure, I met George before, and he was nice to me. And I used to read his website like crazy back in the day. But the one thing I found out that when I Googled is that the popular opinion was that I have to check out the show you had done with him and now continue to check out the show you do now. And that was like from a Reddit AMA you had done not too long ago. And it's interesting. I myself, I actually went with EpicMealTime. I had a whole trademark dispute and everything in the early ages of the.
What happened? I need some advice on trademark disputes. What happened with yours?
Yeah, the number one tip is don't get into it.
Okay.
But actually, what happened?
What's the number 2 tip?
It's cool because like I could talk about it. I could talk about it now because the guy that I had the dispute with, and that we used to have bad blood with, like over it. It was 7 years ago. So now we've kind of squashed that, and we have mutual friends, and we see each other. We've hung out a couple times, but ultimately we did something. It got very popular, and I was the face of it. And I did a lot of, I did the filming and the editing and the producing. And he was the designer. He came up with the logo for EpicMealTime. And we just, moving ahead, when it came down to making an agreement, there was a dispute because I felt like because I was physically present, I felt like I had the right to more power because we would be deciding my fate. Whereas if the whole thing messed up, nobody would even know who he was. So like I felt like it wouldn't be fair if it was just 50-50. So I wanted more decision making, not money even, just decision making. And it just led into a dispute that, ended up being like 2 years, and it was resulted in just basically being settled. And ultimately, like when I got into it, at least, I never wanted to be in business or deal with lawyers or anything. It was strictly creative to create something. Yeah. And it's like the worst thing is that like once you like bring lawyers into the game, you take away the humanity of the discussion. And if I could go back, I think, and I'm a really, really, really difficult person to argue with. And like, if I could go back in time, I would probably approach things in a way that it wasn't so lawyery, or even when at a certain point I would probably want to swallow my pride and approach it so that it's not so lawyery, because the humanity comes out, and and with that you like are left with the lawyer's choices, and these two lawyers will go to expensive dinners and discuss what they'll do with their clients while you guys are both paying for that.
Right.
And maybe at the end of it, maybe this person pays for it or that person pays for it, or you both pay for it. But like, it's something where it's like, if there's any way it can be approached off the record and spoken about, then that's the best way to do it. And sometimes there's just no way that could happen, And I don't know much about your scenario, but like,
well, it sounds like I'm the other guy in your situation.
Yeah, I read that into that as well when I was reading about it. I was like, oh, interesting. It's like, related
but Dick's not
more.
The logo designer, much more than that in the context of it.
Well, no. It's, I mean, I was just saying that I was the nobody in the relationship, I guess you'd call it. But it was a podcast, so it takes a tremendous amount of effort from both sides. In this case, I don't even think anyone would have thought of it again, except Maddox filed for the trademark as he was the owner. Then he had to refile it again because that was fraudulent, they determined. So he had to refile again as it's just something brand new that he's starting. And the only reason I'm pursuing it is because a listener happens to be a trademark attorney. And he was like, hey, that's bullshit. You want me to help you out? I was like, yes, dude, I do. Like, yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. The trademark was for, as I understand, the name of the show you guys did together?
Yeah. It was for The Biggest Problem as a podcast. So I thought, oh, so what, he's just taking this and doing it with somebody else? That kind of sucks, but,
Well, so he wants to continue doing the show under that name?
Yeah, well, that's what I assume.
And you feel like you started with him, so like if he's just going to trademark it and own it, like there should be something in that for you to an extent, right?
Yeah.
In some regard?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the podcast with this legal shit.
No, I think I would find this interesting because when I was reading about you, it was one of the first things that came up, and like a lot of people were talking about it on Google. So I just figured maybe it is an interesting thing. So I apologize if it isn't an interesting thing, but I find it curious. I'm just like a little curious because I guess you got to ask yourself, like, it'll cost money to pursue what you want from it. Will that what you pay to pursue this, what you get from it in the end, will it be worth what you paid to get it?
I got a number in my head where it will stop being worth it, and when I get to that, I'll stop. But until I get there,
yeah.
Are you imagining that Maddox probably has a number in his head as well about this, and that exactly, and that number is going to be lower than yours, and so it's kind of a war of attrition.
But what's like once you have I guess you feel you have the right to half ownership of that, right? Because you guys started that podcast together,
right?
You never made an agreement. You guys never made a.
There was no signed contract or anything like that. There is a volume of emails going back for 6 years talking about how we're starting this and splitting profits and work and stuff like that. I don't know what any of that means.
Do you have
it exists.
Do you have a single email or text message or anything? Because, like, for example, like in my scenario, every case, like, because it's not only one time I've been sued. I've been sued actually multiple times.
Yeah.
It's in every case, like show it. Like, if you have something to show, it goes such a long way. Like, I've had I had specific percentage numbers stated in emails, and I've had things where I said, I stated something a particular way in an email, and it went the whole way of saving or proving a point. So if you have somewhere where it's like, yeah, man, we're in on this 50-50.
Interesting.
That's all you need.
Okay.
Like, that's all you need. In my case, it was me and the guy, my buddy. His name's Sterling now. He actually has a YouTube channel. And I have no bad blood with him to the point that I would say his YouTube channel is called Stat. He's going to be like under PUBG pro gamer, I guess. He's going to like a competition. But we had signed a document together that was just the incorporation of the company. So it was just a document that we were on together. So we were automatically, that was the only documentation. It was half-half. If you have like any sort of like document that you guys signed incorporating something or whatever or anything like that, like that's just, that stuff goes a long way.
I'm curious what you're looking for. Like, would you just like him not to name the show that? Or are you looking for like half his future revenues?
I'd be fine with not naming the show that.
Okay.
That's fine.
That seems kind of fairish. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, doesn't seem like there's a lot to be had from the half of future revenue thing.
Even if the show still gets money, right? Doesn't it?
Yeah, the bonus episodes were in fact still selling before he started just giving them away. So,
and you guys have brands in there with like affiliate links, no?
Yep.
So like there is money that
Dick skipped over something there that is really important to this, that you were selling bonus episodes, obviously, and you got, half of that money, I assume.
Yeah. Without
any agreement from Dick, Maddox went in after the show broke up and just made all the bonus episodes free. So it's basically like going in and being like, all right, I unilaterally am deciding that neither one of us are making money from this anymore.
Yeah,
even though it was a joint venture.
It's more of, I don't know, at some point, like shit like this becomes more about principle and it being public than about money. Because people, in my experience, people like that behave like that with everyone they work with, and until somebody stops them. And I genuinely feel like all the fan support that came after that obliges me to do something about it. Like, it wasn't just a show that we had, it was a show that everyone had, and what's happening with the trademark is wrong, so I'm taking the goodwill and the money, and I'm doing what I think people would want to be done with it. If that's wrong, both will dry up. but until they do, I think it's a lot more than money at this point.
Until the end, it's spectacular PR for the
Yeah,
listener.
it's great. It's a great story, I guess.
Well, money, like for myself, when I was going through it, I had never looked at the EpicMealTime bank account.
Yeah.
Ever. I never looked at it. And even when going through that, I never looked at it. Like I have a business partner who handled all of that. I was just like, handle it, make sure nobody fucks this up, and I need to figure out how to make the best show next week. And it was just about the show. And it was just like, my whole point was like, no one is going to fuck with my shit. And this is my shit. And I would assume that you have like an element of like, that's my shit. Like I helped create that. So you have that attachment, and then you have this audience of people that are like, that's your shit. Like, that's not right, you know? And so it's like the perfect storm of things that like, it kind of goes back to like the drama thing. I mean, you know, people love drama. They really do. Like, I mean, there might be like, people that bounce back and forth between your podcast and Maddox's to just be like, I wonder if some shit's going to be said.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's actually like, it's a crazy scenario to be in. And I wish for you to have a short one and one that you're happy with the results in the end. Myself looking back now, I don't regret anything. You know, I was happy like standing up for the things that I wanted to stand up for, but I'm also happy now that I don't have an enemy out there. It's kind of like, that's also a shitty feeling in itself. When you're like,
you're like stressful than people realize. Is my mic okay? I said not change.
Yeah.
Okay. I started Woodycraft. It's a Minecraft server. I don't know if you guys know anything about it, but it was really successful. And
I knew all about it.
Dick was a platinum member.
Yeah. So anyway, my partner, I think at the time I didn't realize how important he was. It was his idea to sort of start it. It was his idea to kind of like make it a thing. And, but when it came time to actually run it and grow it and like do the work, that wasn't his cup of tea. He was more of an idea man. And I was sort of the guy who grinded away, the doer, right? You know, and he started as the doer. That was going to be his role. Like he had more experience with the hands-on at this stuff, and you know, it just like my standards were really high. Like, no, I want it to never be done. I want it to always be this. I want everyone to
your microphone and your video that your standards are
insanely high. Yeah.
Are they not good? I can't hear it.
No, they're good.
We're getting Woody live from a La Quinta Inn in La Jolla. Yeah.
So I just wanted it to be really, really great, and that he didn't have the same passion. So it was I ended up buying out his part of it. It was so stressful for me. Like I barely ate. I think I was talking earlier. I lost like 14 pounds in 2 days. It was all I thought about. I couldn't sleep.
2 days. Did you lose a foot?
Did I say 2 days? I meant 2 weeks. I lost a pound a day.
You lost 2 weeks in 2 days too.
Anyway, it ate me up. Like it was how I imagined like an actual divorce to be like. It was a really, really, really unpleasant experience for me. And I feel like both of you guys went through something just as intense.
Yeah. Way to take these really serious lawsuits and compare it to your Minecraft server. No, I'm kidding.
You know what, Harley? Your lawsuit reminds me of this time this little douche tried to order diamond armor and his mom's card got declined. And it's like, it's funny.
So
yeah. See, the trick to avoiding all of this is to just not become successful. Just stay in my lane of just no relevance. Nobody cares. Hey, did you hear that about Taylor? No, nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares.
It's actually like it's genuinely like it's something that was told to me early on, and I really truly believe it. Just seeing through other people's experience that like it is a sign of success if people start coming for you, or you find yourself in these scenarios. At a certain point, it could just be bad business, but you know, if it's worth it for people or something to fight over, then, you know, you're doing something right, or you're a part of something special.
That's what I've learned from Trump and how much he's attacked so viciously. He's like, yeah, I get it. He had to be.
I mean, I guess you're like almost getting as much hate as Trump, right?
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah,
like remember, like right after the MSNBC and NBC and all the news stations finish their like Trump hate hour, they go right on to Dick Masterson.
Yeah. Like, oh, that's what I gotta shoot for. I get it now.
I'd love to see you do another thing where you go on a. Have you ever considered going back on a show like Tyra or that, or are you just totally blackballed? Like, is that out of the question from a show like that?
Oh, I think blackballed. Yeah, they get that it was a joke and they got had, and they don't want to have anything to do with me anymore.
There's got to be people like enough.
I had a better sense of humor about it. I wish they'd be like, you know what? There was this one time this guy came on. He pretended he hated women. Let's reminisce.
It's enough. The time has passed enough that it seems like a new show would come around where they're like, hey, this episode got good ratings or whatever they think. Let's bring him back on this time, knowing that he's like.
Yeah,
that.
I'll do it again. It's fun. I love it. Like wrestling makes billions of dollars doing this. Come on, join the party, guys. Talk.
Can you imagine sitting across?
Say whatever.
You could just be sitting across from that chuckle fuck Jimmy Fallon saying ridiculous things, and he'll have to just sit there and go, you hate women, me too, yeah, like because he agrees with everything everyone says.
Yeah,
but yeah, that would be great. I'd love that. You watched those, didn't you, Harley? Of Dick on the Tyra and the.
Yeah, I watched the Dr. Phil ones.
That's the better one because Tyra's not smart enough that you don't trust that you ever really had her.
No, she kind of hit on me. It's because she was attracted to me. That's why. Oh yeah, this is a bombshell. I've never talked about this before. But on the commercial, I'm 100% serious. On the commercial break,
I believe it.
I went out there and I sat. She's got that little half circle of a couch, and I kind of sat in there and did my manspreading before it was called manspreading. Like this was just how a man sat back in the 2008s. I sit in there and I've got the glasses on, and she goes, a producer came over and she said, are you gonna wear those glasses? And I was like, yeah, man, that's kind of what I do. That's my thing. I wear these glasses. And he goes, oh, okay. So Tyra leans over and she goes, oh, why don't you take those glasses off for a second? And I took them off. Like I gave her the little like glasses down a little bit, looked around, and she goes, oh wow, you have real pretty eyes. Why don't you take them off? And I was like, okay, all right. And then the producer came over right after that, and he goes, hey, can you move away from Tyra, please? You're sitting too close. We need you to sit all the way around on the semis. Like she needs an entire couch to herself. And I was like, okay. So what I got out of that is that she's attracted to me.
I mean, how could you not?
Yeah.
It's just so
We
clear.
once had a guest on here who claimed he fucked Katie Couric. Ryan Twin 20.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, he told lies all night long. He fucked his cousin too, apparently. That one we latched on and assumed it was true. Yeah.
I mean, I would rather go with the Katie Couric lie than the cousin lie.
It was a legendary episode. People should rewatch that one. So we had this guest, and he did all week long. I collect topics, and he did this YouTube thing where he said, "Hey, just call me if you need anyone to talk to. Just call. Doesn't matter if you're feeling up, down, whatever." So I'm like, I'm gonna keep this fucker's phone number. We're gonna call him during the show. So we do. We call him up, and like he just gets to like. At first, we thought he was cool for like 5 minutes or so. But then he gets into this like homophobic stuff, and he's got some racist stuff going on. And then he's like sleeping with his cousin, and Kyle is playing this guy like a stringed instrument. Just like getting more out of him, more out of him, and more out of him. And eventually we hung up. We all burst into laughter, and he hated me. He very much hated me. And he would upload videos of him just like looking into the camera and breathing through his nose like this. Like I was supposed to be intimidated by that. It was the greatest.
I imagine him doing that, watching this podcast right now, staring at you on his computer screen, doing that right now, watching this.
Oh,
just
I
furious.
forgot. He said that he had won the lottery, that he was a multimillionaire, but chose to be homeless. Like there was a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah. I could have any woman I want, but I love Katie Couric. and you can't convince me otherwise. Her and my cousin. It's quality.
I hope
threesome.
it was her. I'm not really a name guy, but yeah, I think it was Katie Couric. He was fantastic.
Yeah, I wasn't on for that episode. Well, that sounds interesting. I haven't heard of him since, Ryan Twin, but
Woody, you better hope all these enemies of yours don't team up.
I'll tell him the same thing I tell everyone else. Bring it here. I'm not hard to find.
You actually better hope that they all team up against you, because drama's hot these days on YouTube. So
there you go.
Be good. Like, yeah, if you you should just go out there. Honestly, Woody, just start taking shots at everyone. Just go make ultimate diss track on everyone. Woody versus the world, like, and just go one by one. You know, put some money behind it. Get a real rapper to come write your verses for you and school you through it. Make a sick video. And if this is a YouTube civil war, because that's what they keep calling it, like YouTube civil war, because it's these two like powerhouses of people. Mm-hmm. Well, if you do that, Woody, then you get to be Thanos in the YouTube civil war, and that'd be pretty cool. So I'm just saying, think about it, man. You should take shots at everyone. Go all out.
This is what it's like to be in the presence of genius, right? Harley is tossing out ideas that are amazing. You know, like
Harley just told you antagonize people on the internet, and then you go, "This is what it's like to be in the presence of a god."
Hey, it's strategic antagonizing. It's strategic antagonizing. And I
don't want to harass some dude with
like
6
I
followers.
knew the game this well. There was a time where it was like, oh, here's how you succeed on YouTube. And Harley just laying it out there like it's simple.
I think part of the reason that you'd get the most hate when we had guests on that didn't go swimmingly is because Kyle and I are clearly younger. And so it's almost like they leave and they think, who was holding the reins on that whole thing? You know what? It was Woody. It's on his channel. He's probably controlling shit. He could have edited that out, and he did it. So that's probably the reason why, at least in part.
Actually, here's some perfect insight. Woody, did you ever dislike me?
No.
You never, ever disliked me?
I don't think so. Do you know something?
Did you ever dislike anyone from EpicMealTime that you had met?
I don't think so.
Because I specifically remember after the multiple times meeting you, we would leave and we would have like a download of the people that we were with and stuff like that. And it was very like, what's with Woody? What's his problem? Like,
I can't tell if are you serious?
100%. I'm being serious with you. And I would say that like one of my abilities is like people analyst. And like I get like, you know, I feel like I have like just insight sometimes. And like when I left those scenarios as a person who's pretty good at it, and I'm telling them like, no, he's just that I don't think he hated you. I don't think he was mad at us or anything like that. I think you're just making that up. A part of me was like, I wonder if he doesn't like me, or if he's mad about something. And so if people think that you're mad at them, and they don't get exposed to you often and learn that that's kind of just how you are, you automatically build a resentment. So people sit down and have like a 2-hour, 3-hour encounter with you, and they don't know you fully, and they're like, I don't know if he really liked me. I wonder why he didn't like me. You know,
this is blowing me away.
Never in that life.
Like I like every.
Oh, this is 100% true. Exactly what you just said, where we had a 2 or 3 hour conversation. Like the last time I left, I know I was shit faced. I was like, oh man, I felt like I disappointed Woody. I was like, yeah. I thought we had a good time, but at the end, like I still remember
we had a good time.
Me too, but I remember your face, Woody, specifically, like giving this look, and it probably wasn't even about me, but I remember that face and just like kind of feeling bad. Like
it's true, and that's why before when we were going and we couldn't get Woody's camera loading, I was like, it's important to me to see Woody's face. I take cues from his looks.
He literally said that.
Yeah, I did. It's actually true. Like that's like it's a thing. So I think it's people.
Are you all fucking with me?
No, I swear. It's you, but like it's not really. It's not really. They don't really hate you. They're just defensive because they think that you hate them. Like, I was pretty sure you thought maybe you were better than me, or you were better than, you know, and that's just the vibe you gave.
I think this is like the time we got Kyle to do all those bench presses. You know, do you remember?
Oh, yeah, when we convinced Kyle to, like, work out on the show so we can make fun of him.
His form was wrong?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't know why he agreed. But, like, this, what you're talking about, Harley, Dick experienced this to a T last episode, because I remember doing the episode because I was excited. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I love Dick's show. I'm gonna have him on, chat, laugh. It was a great one. I ended the call and was just like, that was great. People are gonna love Dick. And then I listened to your show the next week, expecting to hear like, hey, I was on the PKA podcast. Check that out. We had a good time. And you were like, do you guys ever wake up the next morning after getting drunk and have no idea what you did and feel guilty? Well, I went on a larger podcast, and I think I did that. And I was like, oh no, you killed it, and you're feeling bad.
Yeah. Well, that was also because I lied about knowing who Kyle was.
See, I was so excited about that because I brought it up. Like the question was asked so basically last episode. Obviously, Dick knows who FPS Russia is, but he didn't notice that that's who Kyle was. And so, in the middle of the episode, I think one of us said...
I brought up FPS Russia out of nowhere. Like, apropos of nothing, for no reason, because I'm drinking. I was like, oh, man, that guy was so fucking awesome. I'll just inject it into this conversation so I have something to say. And I think you said, oh, Kyle's FPS Russia. And I heard the words coming out of my mouth before I could stop. Like, yes. It's like, oh, no, dude, you're 36 years old. You're still lying for people think you're cool. What the hell's wrong with you? Come on. Now you can't take it back. You obviously didn't know, and now suddenly you know how many people are going to listen to this and know you're lying, because it's always like a significant amount of people can tell you're lying on the internet. 2 or 3 guys, you're sitting at a table with 6 people, you can pull out a lie and then you go one by one. Who's going to fucking challenge it? Nobody. Sink that down, but 50,000, 100,000 people hear it, they all know you're lying.
Dude, I am already a little nervous about how many people are going to agree with you guys on the, like, Woody gives off the you're an asshole vibe all the time. They're going to accept it as true.
What did you say about Dr. Jordan Peterson?
They're all, like,
More like asshole Jordan Peterson, am I right? Yeah.
You know what? Moving forward, all you need to do is do everything that is exactly the same, but make sure you remember at one point to look at whoever you're with and be like, I'm really happy to be sharing this moment with you, by the way. If you just say that, people will be like, oh, I'm reading it wrong. He's not. That was all me. I'm the asshole.
I've worked in many companies with different departments. People didn't get that vibe.
Have you ever seen the HR folder, though?
No, but I'm a likable person, I swear. People like me.
Oh, we're all likable enough. I can't wait until next week.
Likable enough? That's how they described Hillary Clinton.
Well, she wasn't likable enough. You are likable enough. Yeah.
Well, she wasn't a popular vote.
Like just saying,
it's always that.
You know what? I appreciate you, and I think your perspective has value. Just say that. I think Harley's right. That won't make future guests wildly uncomfortable at all.
They'll probably be like, whoa, I thought you hated me. Good to know.
Or it'll come across as extremely condescending. They'll go, what the fuck? Just right to my face?
Can we not
Speaking of Jordan Peterson, do you know who that is, Harley? No? Well, he is... Dick, it sounds like you know who he is. That the social psychologist, I guess, who has so many theories about personality differences.
Oh, was he last week's podcast?
Yeah, he was our guest last week.
Oh yeah, I was watching that actually.
Yeah, that was the first of all, it was the first podcast that I think me, Kyle, and Woody all beforehand were like, all right, we're not going to be talking about which animal would win in a fight 30 minutes in. We will not be talking about the most attractive kind of pussy lips 30 minutes in. We are going to ask as many questions as possible and keep this guy talking. And I think we did swimmingly. But it was the first podcast I've ever done where after it wrapped, I'm like, I'm going to have to re-listen to that because I don't feel like I internalized half of his little lessons and tidbits. Like, there is something about that dude, and I can tell Dick at least somewhat agrees. That's just like inspiring. Like his not really give a fuck. Clean your room, eh? Who are you to tell other people how they should live if you haven't even cleaned your room? Huh?
We're both from Montreal.
Oh, you're both from Montreal.
He's Irish in this accent, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, yeah. Clean your room. What are you thinking? That kind of shit. But so you've watched this stuff, Dick?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, everything's so polarized anymore. I don't think you could get away with.
It just seems right up your alley of masculinity of that kind of shit.
Yeah. I'm glad he exists. I like all this stuff. I hope he reaches more people. It sounds like he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
His Patreon's huge. I wonder how big it really is. Do you guys have a Patreon? Does anyone here have Patreon?
Dick has an enormous Patreon.
Dick has one.
I do. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
But
I don't doubt it.
that number you see on there is not what people get every like.
Yeah. It is.
Or is every so what?
Yeah. The number that mine shows is the number that goes about into the. There's some amount of fall off for like fraudulent cards or cards that get denied, but it's mostly that the fees are not included in that number.
Oh, Chiz says I'm out of date. Okay, well, damn.
And that guy that you had as a guest actually is making almost $50,000 a month for his
55. I thought when I saw it.
That's insane.
That's wild. That's actually awesome. Those sites are so awesome.
Yeah, now they've got a
they
Patreon.
just keep them alive.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard about that? Patreon? It's like Patreon for people who are afraid that their page will get taken down.
Dude, that is a real fear. I got a letter that said, "This is not a warning, but we've heard you talking about your feud, and it seems like most of the fire is coming from you." I'm like, well, it sounds like a fucking warning to me. Like, I don't. This is a sick feeling that I have right now that you guys can take so much money away from me whenever, like. Where's the court that I can have? Who's the person I have to find if this happens to me? That you take this away. I don't even know if I can say that. And like this arcane terms of service that they got where, I'm not good at those. I've been kicked off of every host on the internet back in the day. But yeah, it's a real fear.
Listen,
fear.
You're a successful Patreon on that page, right?
Yeah.
That benefits them at the end of the day.
It does.
Like, you do have a lot of power and leverage in that scenario to not be so worried. And like, I think, it's deserving that they should at least give you a contact of a person when you get something like that. Cause it's your life. It's your whole life, basically. You know what I mean? It's like same like with me and YouTube, like, when those times when like, the ad revenue fucks up, it's like, okay, wish I knew that this was going to happen, that, something that you count on
to talk
weekly can just be stripped away because you put all your, you put your eggs in like someone else's basket. It's pretty freaky, but you do so well on the site. I feel like they wouldn't be so quick to just take it away and piss off however many, patrons you have.
It's the fear. Like, it's the same fear that I've got on Twitter too. It's like it changes the way you think and react. Subtly, it has like that chilling effect on how you react to things, and it tones down the volume on everything, and in my opinion makes it worse. And especially on the internet, it sucks. Like, every time a big name gets banned from Twitter, and it seems to me like they're all on the right, but it doesn't matter what side they're on. Like, every time somebody gets their voice silenced, I can feel reacting differently from then on, just being worried about it. And
it happens more and more where you just like, because it's always the accounts that on Twitter, at least, like the craziest ones, and you're right, they are always on the right, that get banned. And a lot of the times they are bananas. Like Sam Hyde, who had a show that got canceled off Adult Swim, he had a Twitter, and he's very alt-rightish and also just kind of like a weird ether kind of guy. He tweeted shit that, like, even as I was reading it, I'm like, oh, like, that's horrible. Like, that's genuinely like anti-Semitic or something. Like, like the bar for racism and sexism is so low now that when you do stumble upon a genuinely bigoted statement, it almost catches you by surprise, where you're like, oh my, wow, okay, all right, I guess this actually is still out there. But yeah, it is always people on the right that Twitter or Facebook are tearing down.
I feel like I gotta say, I don't think Sam Hyde is racist or bigoted. I think he is Jewish, and he's also like an extreme comedian. But I know what you're saying. I totally agree.
Yeah, I don't think he is either. I don't know if he's Jewish or not, but I don't know. His old Twitter was a fucking hoot, and that was a shame when he got taken down.
It was a shame, man. I feel like the whole internet's getting gentrified, and it fucking sucks.
Yeah. What do you mean by gentrified? Like too many white people?
Yeah, white people moving into the internet. Is that what you're saying?
They ruin black people Twitter.
Hipsters come in all races. It's like the gentrified. When a neighborhood gets gentrified, it's just more appealing to drive through. That's
just because it has like nicer homes and better businesses and job opportunities.
Yeah, but it's also, yes. I would prefer to live in a gentrified neighborhood, but the internet didn't need that. Like it's not physically dangerous. So that I don't think it's a bad analogy just because
it's fair.
You physically have to live in a neighborhood. It's great when it gets gentrified, but the internet, you don't actually live on it. It's just a place where people have ideas and the ideas are getting cleaned.
Mm-hmm. I think I know what you mean, shit. But like some things like almost need cleaning, and those places need cleaning because then they make the other places special in a way. Like I understand Facebook gets so popular and so huge that it becomes like, like same with YouTube, like they start to do this cleaning because it's like mainstream. Myself personally as an individual, like when I came in onto the scene, I was like, yo, fuck this, fuck drinking shit. But like after a couple of deals come through of companies that want to work, and then they'll be like, oh, we didn't because of this specific post, where I was just like, yo, this is me, suck my dick. Like that specific post cost me something where I was like, oh, I should put some thought behind what I'm writing. There's so much dumb shit posted as status updates on Facebook that like, between sharing articles or whatever, that I'm happy like Facebook would come in and like clean some of that shit, because there's so many people that they don't live on Facebook, but they technically almost live on Facebook, that I can understand that. YouTube as well. But that's okay, because then, at least we assume that we'll always have our parts of the internet where there are no, rules or anything like that. Like, I mean, as much as I find Reddit has changed in this, the 10 years that I use it, it still is a pretty, like, solid place in terms of, like, not being gentrified, as you said. You know what I mean?
I feel like
Reddit, you mean?
It's not so much
Reddit.
To me, when things need clean, not really about.
What are you breaking up?
Lost you for a sec, Woody.
Bring it back.
Gentrify that microphone.
Yeah.
Wait. Bring it back. We missed that. Everything you said there.
It's not the mic. I think it's the whole internet connection. But anyway, it's about the bullying. That's where I don't like it. Right? That Milo didn't get banned for saying that he loves Trump. Milo got banned for saying this woman is fat and ugly, and it'd be fun to pick on her. That's the thing that I do kind of like. When people use their massive platform to hurt someone, that's when I think Facebook or Twitter or whatever might be on target with saying, hey, no, don't do that to people. That's fucked up. And by the way, if I own that company, I'm kind of cautious about that sort of thing. One, maybe I'm, liable for it. Two, maybe it's my
fuck.
Yep.
Maybe it's what?
Shit. We're never gonna know. Maybe it's what?
Maybe it's what?
Maybe it makes my platform worse when people use it to bully, right? If Facebook becomes a place where people just get abused all the time, people will move to whatever's next. If Twitter is just a place where you go and you feel bad, people might just compartmentalize that and throw it away. If that's what your platform becomes about, then your platform's getting ruined.
It's hard for me to go ahead. Sorry.
If I recall correctly, I think Milo wasn't going after some random fat girl. I think he was going after like
Leslie
one
Jones.
of the ghosts. Yeah, a Ghostbusters actress who also has like tons of followers and is famous in her own right. So like I do think there is a difference between going after another star.
And she was antagonizing him.
And she was antagonizing him. Like they were in a tiff. It wasn't like a fuck you,
Okay.
You Ghostbusters bitch. Like it was back and forth, if I remember right. And it seems Dick does. But like if he were just harassing some random ass girl who just posted like a gym pic, like working on getting in shape, and he was like, oh, that's absolutely dreadful. You're a fat ham, darling, or whatever the fuck he would say. Like that would be shitty. But this, like,
he has done that.
Two stars. Yeah, he has done that. You know what? It's coming full circle.
I think it was still. I think it was shitty regardless. It doesn't matter who her following is or how many people. Like, it's just, like as we know personally, they're just people. Like, it's just a person. So it would be terrible to like be like, oh, she can handle it. She probably has lots of movie money and look at all her followers. Why would she complain? I think it's like, it's freedom of speech. You could say whatever you want. I can go outside and I could say whatever I want, but some things have consequences. And there's just consequences to some of the things that were said. And it's almost a moot point, because I'm sure if he can go back in time, I don't think he would change it. I think he would still get banned on Twitter. It's how, a lot of people heard about him. So, I mean, like, it's almost like to Twitter's demise, it's almost like being banned by Twitter is like the new, like, getting shot at as a rapper from the 90s. It was like, like entry.
That's funny. I don't know. I think that without Twitter,
how hardcore are you? How edgy are you? It's like, oh, he got banned off Twitter. What? People protest when he goes. Oh my God, I need to hear everything he has to say since people hate it so much.
Yeah. But now Fox News isn't having him. CBS isn't having him. On and on and on.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
He doesn't have a platform. It does. Where's Milo? Milo used to be.
Doesn't he have a YouTube channel?
I don't.
But
know.
It's a big part of his voice that's been silenced, and it's a real thing. Like, it's a real thing that the way we lean, I think collectively, what I don't like is how people will aggressively defend these gigantic advertising corporations like Facebook and Twitter. Everyone has a theory on why it's good for their bottom line to be silencing people instead of providing, which they could do, ample tools to protect yourself on these platforms. But the point that I think gets missed is that these companies are selling us to advertisers. That's the only reason they don't exist to protect us at all. They just exist to warp our brains. Like, they're at no point, and they're not, and in the case of Twitter, they're not terribly good at it, because they're losing like $500 million every year and their stock price keeps plummeting. Facebook is very good at it. Google is very good at it. But everything they do to me, if they're servicing a bottom line, it's to make it better and more effective for advertisers to take our money.
But you started to counter my argument, and then I think you supported it in the end. The thing I was saying was, hey, this isn't a very good place to be if it's an abusive, hard place to be. And then you came around and said, hey, this whole thing exists just to sell ads. And you're right. But that's their motivation, right? They don't want their place to be a cesspool of hate, or it will die.
It just seems that they're often very selective in their removal of cesspool of hate. Like, obviously, like Milo picking on some fat girl at the gym or whatever, or even, antagonizing Leslie Jones. That's shitty to do. But you can go on Twitter right now and find pro-ISIS accounts, find kill cop accounts. You can find so much like awful shit there. And it's like, well, why is this selectively censorship? Why is the censorship so selective? And
they try and take those. They take those accounts down also. It's just that they're not going to be like, it's not like a headline like ISIS, account number 42 got deleted off Twitter. It's not like, it's not newsworthy. And plus all that stuff happened. It was like a whirlwind. If we never heard it and it was something that came up like, a year later, people wouldn't be like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. It was just kind of like in a whirlwind of everything. And it was, I think, perfect timing for him, because when I first heard that and I like Googled him, he had like no shortage of content or anything available that was all like fresh and new stuff. And I just looked at like, him appearing on everything. It's like, it's that type of thing where, people making videos bashing him or calling him out, it just makes him grow. You know what I mean? It's kind of like everything
it made him go at the time.
Yeah, but where's
now
he
it's silenced him. Yeah, now Milo, I feel like Milo's career ended when that pro-pedo stuff came out. And I'm kind of mischaracterizing it, but he basically said this, and apparently this is just the reality and truth of being gay, that it's not uncommon for a young gay person to sort of sync up with an older gay person because they don't have that father figure there, and they kind of teach them the gay ropes and maybe even have gay sex like that. He's like, that's how it is. That's our world. You talk to any gay person, they'll admit that this is a reality. I don't know, but he came out and said that this isn't always an abusive relationship, that sometimes it's like a growth experience for the younger guy, and the world just collapsed on him. They painted it as you like, man boy love and you're the devil. And since then
they painted it as like an endorsement of pedophilia.
Yeah.
And look, if you read it, and you could get that from it and not be crazy, but also I feel like, you really have to know the gay world as well as he does to criticize it. And second, you also have to know like the nature of a podcast like this one, where people say shit. I think it came out in favor of 13-year-old asses earlier tonight. It doesn't mean anything, but if
like you also have to look at the context,
then I'm in trouble.
Like the context also of Milo specifically is like he's talked a lot about being molested, and it's a well-known thing that people who are molested will often try and retroactively change what happened in their minds so they can gain a measure of control over it. Because if you just say, yeah, I was molested and I didn't want that and I didn't want any part of it, but it happened to me anyway, you're way more helpless than if you say, oh, no, I wasn't molested. I actually wanted it. I was an active, member of
I was the
that.
aggressor.
Yeah, I was that's me. I just was a little boy who loved dick, and like that's all I was thinking about. Like
I manipulated that priest to get what I wanted from him.
Like that was his story. I got out of it, but it's only because I'd heard his story about having been molested that I was like, oh, this really rings true of someone who was molested and is trying to kind of gain a power back over it. But who knows? That could be wrong as well.
It's a funny thing when these companies, like Facebook is one, Google is one, Twitter might be one. Like they start off as little companies, little for-profit businesses, and they turn into sort of public utilities. YouTube is one. YouTube, people say, oh my God, YouTube is in the censorship business now. They're in the ad delivery business. That's what they do. The censorship is just to support the ad delivery. They never thought that they were an important platform for free speech, but they've become one. They become a way for you to put your voice out there about all sorts of topics important, or Jake Paul and Facebook.
Are you kind of referring to this Google thing that came out, like that dossier that dude wrote about their issues with forcing diversity?
No, but that's
and all
a good
that?
Point. Yeah. So
are you guys, real quick, Harley and Dick, are you guys familiar with that?
It's been the manifesto.
Quick rundown. Yeah, there's a Google employee. He held
that's my new porn.
I would say conservative views, and what he was saying was that
realistic.
Google works.
Not that they're conservative necessarily, like because a lot of it was just moderate, normal stuff, like that everybody can.
Some of the things he's saying, like, "Hey, why are we struggling, or why are we striving for diversity of gender and diversity of skin color? What?" Everybody froze. I think that was it. And why are we striving for diversity of color, diversity of skin color, when we should be going for diversity of ideas? That's what true diversity is. What's between your ears, not what's between your legs and such. I have heard those exact same things, diversity of ideas, pitched out of the right before. So I just suspect that that's where he was coming from.
I think he wasn't crazy. Pretty moderate. If it does have a lean, it was.
He got fired.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Yeah. He got. I read that today, that he got fired, and it turns out, it appears, based on the article I read, Google was well within their rights to fire him. That the whole free speech thing doesn't extend to the workplace.
They're definitely in their right to fire him. Anytime you kind of publicly humiliate a company that you work for, you do open yourself up to that. But you can't also have someone who, they had a VP of diversity come out and be like, we love diversity and we love this. First of all, VP of diversity, how fucking Orwellian is that? And like, that's insane. It's someone whose job is like, are we making good products here at Google? No. I make sure that the right genitals are in place and that the right skin, make sure we have a good hue in our programming department, enough tits in there. It just doesn't make any sense. But this shit was so moderate, and his humble assertions of like, hey, just, women aren't as interested in tech as a whole as men. And that probably goes to explain a lot of this discrepancy. You can't shoehorn people into places. They've literally done studies. The more equal a society gets, the more likely women and men are to follow more gender constructed roles. The entire Scandinavian part of the world is the most equal quote, equal between men and women. All that does is open up opportunities for the women to pursue things that women naturally are more interested in. And there's nothing wrong with that. But in current society, we all have to pretend that men and women have an intrinsically different interest is somehow demeaning to one side or the other when it's not. I don't get why we can't ever look like men and women compliment each other on shit instead of just having it a contest where you want men to be shitty women or women to be shitty men.
I agree completely. Milo puts it. I've heard Milo argue this, and he's like, men and women are actually different. You know, there are tons of studies to back this up. And like, here, my tiny little sample size. My first kid was a girl, right? And my next kid was a boy, but it was 4 years apart. So for 4 years, I had a girl, and I guess it didn't take me long to get out of it. But before I had any kids at all, I wanted a boy. Most people lie. They say they don't care as long as they're healthy. I didn't lie. I said I wanted a boy. And not only that, I wasn't even worried about getting a girl. I just felt like I was luckier than that. Like that wouldn't happen to me. And when
it always comes up heads.
Born, it was like a car accident, but worse. Like a car accident. I remember she was born. She's like 3 hours old. And, I was there for the birth and everything. I'm sitting on my back porch, and I'm like, I can't fix this. She's like permanently a girl, right? Like there's no getting her. I totally have a girl.
If she had been born right now, you could start that little man on hormone treatment right away. Puberty blockers. Give her a big old meaty clit and send her into a locker room. Yeah.
Just to fast forward a bit and get myself out of a little trouble. By the time she was 2, we were starting for a second kid. I loved her so much. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to love the next kid too. Like I was like, this one is so perfect. Should we just stop? But anyway, so
it only took 2 years.
Yeah, I wanted a boy and I got a girl. So I was like, well, here we go. I'm going to raise her like a boy. That's what I'm up to. You know, I'm going to teach her how to throw a ball. I'm going to teach her how to like roughhouse and whatever. No difference in parenting for me. She was such a girl, though. She was totally like attracted to the pink frilly stuff. She had boy friends, right? She's 3 or something. And the boys would like race around the house like wild Indians, just like screaming, banging, like breaking shit. Who knows? And she would sit there and put hats on them as they went by, right? Because she's a girl. And she wasn't like them. She wasn't a fucking monkey, like just hanging on things. And like I get that it's a small sample size, but by and large, my experience is girls and boys are different. And
Woody, you're exactly right with your example. They do the same thing with bonobo, bonobo babies and chimp babies, where like there was a real study about this that they did in like the 70s or something, and they were like, oh, let's see if little human boys and girls like intrinsically like trucks or machines or little dolls, and all the boys tend to like the machines and the items, and the girls like the personified items, like the dolls and the dressy up and the pink frilly stuff and whatnot, where the guys like the Tonka trucks. And feminists at the time were like, that's not true. That's social conditioning. That's all social conditioning. The fucking patriarchy, man, sneaks into women's rooms at night and whispers into the belly, you're gonna like pink shit, you little bitch, and you're gonna know your place. You're gonna know your place.
Oh, wait,
that kind
hold
of
on.
Shit. Like, no, but they did this. They replicated it with bonobos, which are apes.
The closest relative we have.
Yes, closest relative we have. And they did the exact same thing. All the male bonobo babies went over and played with the trucks. All the females went over and played with the dolls. And it's like, I don't know why in people's heads they see things like this and they go, uh-oh, this is bad. Like any kind of difference at all.
I do want to say that like saying like men are different from women it's very obvious. And it's obvious because men are different from men and women are different from women. So obviously men will be different from women, and maybe trucks and the dolls have a different reasoning why the monkeys felt that they would go to it. But like, I don't think a truck or a doll is representative of male and females. And I think it's because I know someone that, plays more Xbox than you and bench presses and squats more than you and is a girl. And like, it's just like those are things that, growing up, I didn't imagine girls would be like or be into or whatever. But then you just realize that like people are people and all people are different from all people.
I mean, that's fair, but you don't really learn anything when you real quick. Like, you don't learn anything if you just say everybody's different, because then you can only do that if you take it to an individual level. The entire value of making these assumptions and generalizations is that you have to do it on a population level. And so the point would be, obviously, an individual man and an individual man. Yeah, you absolutely can. You can notice tendencies in populations. Like the fact, like women choose to go into careers that have to do more with child rearing, especially when given the opportunity to do so in nations where they have the opportunity to go to engineering.
You're dealing with such a complex scenario that when you say something like that, you're talking about like you have to talk about like specific country and a specific type of person.
Well, no,
like, here's the direction that I come at it from.
Some women, depending on where they are, they're farmers.
When I say men are different than women, what I'm trying to say is that we shouldn't try to have equality of results, right? Men are different than women, but if we say, all right, we need 50% of our engineers to be men and 50% of our engineers to be women, we need 50% of our doctors to be men and 50% of our doctors to be women, and on and on and on, then you're making a mistake, because it might be that like 90% of men are attracted to petroleum engineering and only 10% of girls are. And when we say that this industry needs, gender diversification, it ignores the fact that by and large, 90% of women don't like it, but Harley's friend does. We're not outlawing anyone from it. I'm just saying that the idea that there should be a goal of equality of results is off target.
No, yeah, I'm from the place that I'm not saying there should be a goal, but I am comfortable if there is a position or a thing and 90% of it is white men, then I'm comfortable for someone to ask, is that because mostly white men pursue that? Or is it something that is like created in a way that it's difficult to penetrate if you were, say, a female? I'm cool with the question. I'm not saying like there has to be more female engineers so that it's 50. I'm just saying like if there's 90% male and someone wants to know, well, that's weird, I would be like, yeah, it is. Maybe there's an explanation.
I mean, the U.S.
So,
we had a woman. Oh, go ahead.
Who are possibly answering that question, at least one side of it, is getting fired. That question's great, and people positing and saying, here's some research that would suggest an answer to your question, because my whole life as an engineer, people have told me that my only value is in providing answers and solutions to problems that no one else can solve. My value is this answer I said I can give you and spell out for you. Here you go. You're fired. That's it. And so anybody who tries to answer this, whether it's wrong or not, or whether it's harmful or not, is just instantly going to stop. And all you're stuck with is this perennial question that was invented cynically by advertising companies and universities to boost their bottom line. Universities want to pitch the diversity thing that they get more applicants because it looks great. Every big company wants to be as diverse as fucking possible because it just looks good on the billboard. The angle that they're coming at this from is so far removed from the four of us sitting here and giving honest anecdotal evidence and thought and arguments that we've actually put thought in and that we have emotion in. These are real people coming at these problems that are not dangerous at all. The companies that are making us do this have none of these things in mind. All they want to do is look good doing it. To equate them to me is the worst part of this. That we have to have these arguments with one another as people, and they are just sitting there crunching numbers.
And they know exactly what they're doing. I use Google Analytics all the time. You know what would happen if Google suddenly decided, hey, let's not track men and women as men and women? They'd lose an infinite amount of data. The entire way they target people, like much of it is contingent on whether you're a man or a woman and what's presented.
Everything we're basing on here is like when I first brought up the things that I brought up, it wasn't with money thrown in. Like this, everything we're talking about here is when you throw money into the equation, it does change things. Like Google and what they did with that employee was a business decision, and I don't think it reflects at least the sentiments in this room. Even though we can differ on what we're saying right now, we still have the same sentiment that maybe that was a harsh decision made for the scenario. But like that's a company, and I can't begin to understand why a company that huge does the things it does, or why it even has a VP of diversity. Like when you were saying, like, what's the point? Like there might be a point. I don't know, because I would never understand how to manage a huge company like that. Well, I just know from my experience that I would never say these are girls and these are boys, because these girls on the Venn diagram can have so many similarity to these guys, and it might be way more common things than there are differences overall, that I think we always default to being like men and women. But like,
I see what you're saying, but I think you're getting too, like, you're exactly right. If we're talking about individuals, there are men out there who are more different from me than a woman I might meet. And me and that individual woman might be more similar than otherwise. But you can't actually reach valuable conclusions if you just go individual to individual differences. You have to go by population. And there are overwhelming differences between men and women in their life decisions and their priorities and what they're attracted to and what they like to do. Enormous differences that do tend to hold as a trend.
But even
and that's the way you get data from it. That's men and women. They're very different.
But even like when you go from like one side of the country to the other side of the country or the continent, like there's huge differences between people there. Like as much as we generalize, and we have to generalize to get an understanding of things, you just like I've come to believe that humans are so complex. You just don't get that. Even like the monkeys with the truck and the doll, like their social setup is so fucking basic compared to us. They don't even have to get dressed. You have to think before you put clothes on every day. They don't get dressed.
That's the first thing.
Just taking the clothing aspect away, it's like so primal. And maybe primally, like men are like this, women are like that, but we're not a society of hunters and gatherers anymore. It's so much more complex. You have the luxury to feel how you want and do what you want. And when people get to truly feel what they want and not hunt because biologically they're stronger, then maybe that's just not something that they would want to do. And maybe they want to do more womanly things or the other way around.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. And it supports my point that if you go to fucking Cambodia, you're going to see women doing the jobs of men at a higher rate than if you go to Norway, Sweden, Finland, England, whatever, Harley, like a Nordic country, because the more that you free people to pursue what they naturally are drawn to, we've actually found that women and men are more likely to go in traditional male and female directions, when the initial hypothesis from feminists and the like was, the more you free women from traditional gender roles, the more they'll want to go be engineers or they'll want to be, boxers or whatever the hell. And it ended up being the exact opposite of that. And that's a conclusion you can only rise to if you analyze general populations. And of course, it's not as
being encouraged to go in these, like Milo says it really well. He's like, this world that you're describing where women don't have opportunities to be engineers is not the world that young people are living in now. And that's my Milo impression. Was terrible. Anyway, it
wasn't very fabulous.
No, I broke out of it instantly. Well, my daughter's 18 and she has had STEM thrown at her since she was 12. Yeah,
there's a lot of innuendo in that. My daughter's 18 and she's getting a lot of STEM thrown at her.
Did you mean that?
Hey. Okay, that's my
That's like a really 1940s way to say it. Yeah.
So science, technology, engineering, and math. She's had that tossed to her. Join the robotics team. Check this out. Opportunities for women in STEM. We're going to conferences and meetings and whatever. And there is no one her age being told that this is not okay for you. That the careers in science, technology, engineering, and math, those are boy jobs. That's just not the world that girls are coming up in now, and they're still not choosing it. And my daughter, I would love for her to have a background in that, and it's not her cup of tea. She's like, no. Whenever I have courses about that, those are the ones that either I have to try harder in, or I just don't find them appealing. So, yeah, small sample size, but dude.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, please go.
All I know is that no man has ever jumped out of my moving car because we drove by a CVS. That's all I know.
I think that says enough. Yeah. I've never been that excited to go to CVS.
No. Why would you be?
No.
There's nothing cool
there.
CVS.
There's nothing good at CVS.
Fucking Benadryl. There. And they have their fucking smarmy, we don't sell tobacco anymore. Now go fuck yourself. But they got enough nicotine gum to fill a wheelbarrow. All right. Let's talk a little bit about MeUndies. You want to look good in your underwear and be comfortable, right? But that perfect balance is hard to find. Don't sacrifice style or comfort. Check out MeUndies. I'm wearing some right now, actually. They're like the Jamaican color one that we got a little while back. August is National Underwear Month, and to celebrate, MeUndies is making it easier than ever to try the world's most comfortable underwear by giving you a risk-free guarantee all National Underwear Month long. If you don't love your MeUndies, they're free. And believe you me, guys, National Underwear Month isn't something these guys just made up. They wouldn't do that. MeUndies are made from lensing micromodal, a sustainably sourced, naturally soft fabric that's proven to be 3 times softer than cotton. Can you believe that? Micromodal is an all-natural, breathable, eco-friendly fabric extruded from Austrian beech trees that actually inhibits odor. No stinky undies, just soft, cool, and cozy MeUndies. MeUndies are the ultimate feel-good undies for when you want to feel naked, but not actually be naked. And for the fellas, MeUndies diamond-seamed pouch cradles your jewels and gives your stuff the support it needs without feeling too tight. All National Underwear Month long, you can feel them for yourself risk-free. It's simple. If you don't love your MeUndies, they're free. Now till August 31st, get 20% off your first pair of MeUndies plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/PKA. That's MeUndies.com/PKA. MeUndies.com/PKA for 20% off your breathable, comfortable, cock-holding underwear. I hope they're cool with that. Underwear. And dude, they really are great. This is I have literally thrown out old brands of underwear that I had as I get new replenish from MeUndies. Like I get MeUndies and I throw them in.
Let's see how these Rasta underwear are holding your cock right now. Come on, let's see.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've had enough problems with getting demonetized. Yeah.
When Taylor said, believe you me, National Underwear Month is not something they just make out. My research mode kicked off. I started Googling, and I had to read the copy to know if that was Taylor or if that was in there. 1, Taylor made that up. That was an ad lib. 2, it is actually National Underwear Day, as Chiz points out.
I can cram all that fun into one day, wouldn't it? It's a month.
No, you can't do it.
I was going to say something that they would not like. Never mind.
I was like, am I wearing MeUndies right now? Nah, I'm wearing an inferior brand. But I have been wearing my MeUndies. I have a pile of dirty underwear sitting right up next to me. And I'm would pulling out my dirty underwear help sell underwear for these guys?
No,
I don't think it would.
Don't.
You know who else we need to hear from right now? Don't pull your dirty underwear. Don't poison what I'm about to explain to you guys. It's time to hear a little bit more about the Elder Scrolls, and people are wearing dirty underwear in Skyrim. I've played enough to know that. So let's learn about the Elder Scrolls.
Please tell me.
Strategy card games are fun. Online strategy card games are arguably even more fun. You know what isn't fun? A stale online strategy card game where things don't change for months and months. When you lose the same deck week after week, play an online digital card. Why play an online digital card game if it doesn't change? Welcome to the Elder Scrolls Legends, Heroes of Skyrim, a different take on the online strategy card game. With unique gameplay mechanics like lanes, runes, and prophecies, frequent balance updates to the metagame, weekly in-game tournaments, and a new card every month, Legends is new, fresh, fair, and interesting. Legends features something for everyone. For those of you who like to play solo, Story Mode will have you immersed into the world of the Elder Scrolls universe with a fully voice-acted cutscene and beautiful motion graphics. While playing through the campaign, unlock new cards, level your cards to tailor your playstyle and decks. Legends also features a solo arena mode where you can draft a deck of cards to play against and play against random various AI opponents and different game rules and conditions. Like PvP, jump online to play in the versus arena or battle mode. In arena mode, players construct their own 30-card deck on the spot, so you got to be smart, which they will wield in a series of intensely challenging matches that offer the prospect of huge rewards, probably money, probably XP. Battle mode allows players to bring their finely tuned decks against online opponents in ranked matches for a chance to top the leaderboard. Not able to jump in the game? Link your Bethesda.net account and your Twitch account for a chance at free in-game loot like currencies and card packs that you can get randomly just by watching any Legends stream or by streaming the game yourself. Whether you're a strategy card game fan or a fan of the award-winning Elder Scrolls characters, world, and of course dragons, the Elder Scrolls Legends Heroes of Skyrim is now available for free. Find it today on Google Play, the App Store, and Steam for PC and Mac. That is the Elder Scrolls Legends Heroes in Skyrim. Check that out. I actually will check it out because I play, or intermittently, I play lots and lots of Magic the Gathering because I think that's probably one of the most fun games ever invented. I fucking love Magic. And if this is anything like that as a card game, it's going to be It's going to be great. And it seems like, because they have 30 card decks in this, so you can probably make them way faster and like have a quicker, so you won't have to spend as much time on it. You guys probably don't play Magic, and so I'm explaining to nothing. But check that out.
I learned how to play another card game that I just won't mention because you guys are sponsored. And I played that game, and I was like, oh my God, this is such a simplified version of I bet what Magic is like.
Mm-hmm.
And so I took everything I learned from that game, and I went and like basically applied it to playing Magic with a friend. And I was like, oh shit, I learned how to play Magic through dabbling in that other card game. Yeah, it's interesting. I used to just, my experience with Magic was just flavor text growing up. I used to just like shit and stare at these trippy ass, like scary pictures of like golems and stuff in the woods and like read like the little creepy paragraph and be like, damn, it's so crazy. You know, it's so funny. Like, cards,
so you would just look at it and read like the little part.
Yeah, I got Magic cards because I mean, I was born in '85. So when I got cards, there was one reason why you got cards. You got it to have it and look at it.
Yeah.
And I really realized the difference in my age when I had this guy hired who was about 8 years younger than me, and I was showing him my like 1993 like Marvel cards and my metal series of cards. I'm like, check these out. And he's like, whoa, how do you play? And I was like, you don't play. Cards were just, they were just were. And he was like, there's no game? I'm like, no, there's no game. He's like, oh, weird. So you just look at it? And I'm like, yeah. Pictures were a big deal growing up. Like,
so you just look at it and read the lore.
Like, that was cool.
You carry a pack around on your palm, and then you swipe it to the next one every once when you're done looking at it. It's perhaps you've heard of it. You fucking idiot! Don't act like I'm the weird one.
I think the back of the card. Yeah.
I don't know. Dick said I'm the weird one. It had a topic I've been holding on to. So 50 years ago, being gay was considered like a mental disorder, right? It was a diagnosable sort of thing. Like whatever. Yeah. Now Jewish being gay is just part of like the mosaic of people, and this is what we are, right? Some are gay, some are straight, some are bi, some are pan, some are things I'm not even sure what they are. Anyway, what mental disorder from now would make a cool entry into just like the mosaic of who humanity is? Like, yeah, some people are schizophrenic. It's not like, don't look down on them. We just
like if you had like a schizophrenic person who nowadays they'd be sitting there like leaning back and forth, like, this is my friend Phil.
Totally normal.
It's like nobody's there, Ted. You have to respect that. I believe Phil is there.
I hung out with someone. And it was like a couple years back in Hollywood, and my friend, who's like this, like just this weird Hollywood dude, and another friend of mine, he was like, "Yeah, so my buddy's gonna come by tonight to hang out," and I'm like, "Cool." And he's like, "Yeah, he's this cool dude," and this is how he described to me. He was like, "He's really awesome. He's really like he's like an excellent actor. He's like a genius. He's super artistic, and he was a child actor, and everything they say about Hollywood and child actors are true, and he's been through some shit and it changed him, but he's totally cool. And he's
like pedophilia kind of stuff.
But he has a thing, like he has a disorder. Yeah, that was what I gathered, that maybe he had been abused or something. And he's like, but he has a disorder, and he's kind of like bipolar, but he's totally cool. And so I was actually in the scenario where I was fully accepting of like, okay, this guy is bipolar, and I guess I need to know that more so than if my buddy was like, oh, my friend's coming over and she used to be a guy. Like, I feel like that, or he's gay. You don't need to disclose that. It doesn't define a person. But like if someone is
bipolar or schizophrenic or something where they're going to be erratic.
Have that. What's that?
Like anything where they're going to be potentially erratic.
Yeah.
Like if they might start behaving and freak out.
It's like, I should know in advance that this, like something like that. Like that. And it all came up to the point that he was like, no matter what happens, like he's not allowed to drink or like do any partying. And I was like, okay, sure. And so he comes over, this guy, and I'm there with my buddy and my Hollywood friend who knows him. And they're like, what's up, what's up, what's up? And he's a cool guy. He's laughing. He's joking. And, we have a couple of drinks there. And my buddy's like, yeah, I'm going to go shower. Like the buddy or the mutual friend. So he goes to shower and like we're there and he puts a glass down next to ours and he's like, can I get a little taste? And like, so me and my buddy are now, it's awkward because I don't know this guy. And we were just told from the one friend that knows him to not give him any drinks or drugs because he's bipolar and he changes and it's like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. And my friend's gone. And I'm like polite Canadian. The guy's like, can I get a little taste? And I have this. And like my other buddy that doesn't know him either is like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, why not? I'm like, it's okay. He's like, yeah, it's okay. I'm like, you're allowed to have some? He's like, yeah. So I'm like, okay. So like we give him a little and he like sips it and we start talking. And then my buddy comes out of the shower and he's like, dude, he's like, you're not supposed to be drinking. And we turn and look at the guy and he's now like holding the bottle and it's like half gone. At some point he got the bottle and he was drinking and we didn't realize because we were drinking and talking and whatever. And my buddy was like, are you okay? Like, can you drink? And he was like, yeah, I'm fine. I just, and this is what my buddy said to me. He goes, but you know what your limit is, right? When you should stop drinking and all that. And he's like, yeah, I'll tell you in advance before I start to get a little crazy. And anyways, he did it. We were drinking. He went out to go have a cigarette and he was gone for like 2 hours. And when he came back up to the hotel, like he opens the door and he comes up to me and he's like, dude, fucking security's here. I'm like, what? He's like, fucking security. There's saying some shit about something. I'm like, okay. So I walk outside and the hotel security's there. They're like, we're going to kick you all out or we're going to kick that guy out if it's not his room. We saw him going around to all the floors and unscrewing all the light bulbs in front of all the hotel room doors. And he's like, we have it all on camera. And he went up and down all the floors and did that. And he's like, so you got to ask him to leave. So I'm like, oh, shit. So I go inside. I go up to my buddy. I'm like, can you come outside for a second? And he comes outside and I bring my Hollywood friend. And I tell my Hollywood friend, I'm like, they got to kick him out. And he's like, what? For what? And I kind of just pushed them both out and closed the door. And I was like, okay, that's that. And my buddy came in and I was like, why'd you let him drink? He's like, you let him drink. And I was like, why'd you leave me alone with him? But like, we were inclusive to the scenario, knowing full well that he was like bipolar and whatever. But like, I mean, you know, by saying like, gay people hang out now, I wonder if in the future schizo people will be cool to hang out. But it's like gay people aren't potentially dangerous to those around them. And I'm not a psychologist, but from what I understand, a schizophrenic person can ultimately potentially be dangerous to themselves or the people around them, right?
Yeah. It depends on the kind of schizophrenic. There's like, that's another trend I go through on YouTube videos is I like watching interviews of people with schizophrenia or like severe mental disorders where like they're just fucked up in the head. It's really interesting. There are some of them where it's called like a catatonic schizophrenic where they will stand still like a statue for like 9 hours. Like they'll get into a position that doesn't make any sense and just stay there. Have you guys ever heard of that? Catatonic schizophrenia?
No, but I'll be.
Like,
I just added that to my homework.
They'll like stand like
this. Is it
this.
like a fainting goat?
They'll just like they'll just stand in a way that doesn't make any sense for hours on end. And if you go over to them and you go like that, they'll stay in that position. Or they'll lash out and hurt you sometimes.
My girlfriend was a special needs teacher. She had one of those kids.
There you go.
So he would just sit there for hours. I think he was the same guy that had to undo everything. So they would he had to reverse everything that was done to him. So they would they're hanging out with these kids all day. They got to interact with them somehow. They move something in a weird way. And he would have to Ace Ventura rewind the tape. Whatever they did or wherever they took them.
Do you guys ever get a mild version of that?
OCD.
Like if I touch your right knee, do you need to rub the left one to make them symmetrical again? Yeah,
when I was 12, I did that kind of shit. Where I'd have to do things balanced, where you'd put one arm down on a desk at school and you'd be like, well, how do I put the other arm down exactly the same? Okay, now I'm
still
good.
My wife might pinch a big toe or something. It's just a little token of love.
Oh,
and it's cute. Can you get the other one? Because you kind of fucked me up by just pinching one toe.
That thing that Dick was talking about with having to reverse and walk backwards. Literally this week, I was watching one on one of these tears, and it was severe OCD. And OCD most of the time is someone being like, I'm so OCD, I wash my hands after I take a shit. And it's like, yeah, we all do, you fucking attention whore. Like, no shit. Are you gluten-free too, moron? Like, you get that kind of feel from it. This guy's video, he spent years in a basement by himself. Like, there's filming, like, camera of him where he, like, filmed himself in the basement like a creep. He's got a full beard, like a castaway-looking guy. And he would
You're
spend
describing Epic Meal Time
hours.
so far.
But what he would do is, he said it would take him like 7 to 10 hours to walk 11 or 12 feet across the room to go to the bathroom, because he would have to, from the bathroom, do every single movement exactly correctly backwards. And if he ever made a mistake, he had to restart. And so he pissed away 3 years of his life doing shit in reverse in a basement until eventually he's like, I don't know what eventually came over me. It was just one day I'm like, I've had enough trying to do shit backwards. And then I opened the door and tried to take my life. But he ended up having kids and being healthy-ish. So that was good. But goddamn, watching videos like that makes you really thankful that you don't suffer with that shit, especially shit like the OCD one, because for some reason the ones where you can tell the person is cognizant enough to understand the burden of their disorder on others around them, those are so much worse than people who are so gone that they can't comprehend that they are a burden, like someone with severe schizophrenia or like severe Down syndrome or something. I don't know. I think about that a lot. And I'm sure
Woody, what did you have in mind? What did you think was going to be in the disorder category that would be not in the future?
Schizo in my head because it was funny. I was just sort of tossing it out there to see where it went. I don't know. A mental disorder that would become just part of the mosaic of who we are. Shit, it's awful to say. That whole gender dysmorphia thing that kind of is what just happened. Right? Boys who think they're girls and girls who think they're boys.
A lot of people would argue that.
Well, I actually like
be a jerk.
Maybe a jerk.
I
need Google to step in and change those results.
But I understand that though. I feel like humans we're such a complex series of factors that, like, one thing is off and it instantly changes like the makeup of a person. That it wouldn't surprise me if this doesn't align with that. Two different parts of the same human being, that it's not, that it wouldn't align. Like, I think in every single scenario you have people that do things for attention, but yeah. I actually like, I genuinely believe like that some men feel they are women or the other way around,
Oh yeah, like I definitely believe they believe it. Like, I don't think people are trying to like pull one over on you or something. Yeah. Right?
It's such a small percentage of the population. We spend so much time talking about it. It's fascinating. Yeah. Like
it's fun.
It is fun. I got some trans friends and I'm like, okay, like it's cool. But then I always think like, I get that you need this, but what about like when we find a way to, I don't know, fix this? Like which way would we fix this when we have that technology? Are you going all girl when you come out, or are we tweaking the brain back the other way? And what's it going to be like?
What mixes me up? I feel like if I had girl parts, I'd just live a girl life. I would do it, right?
It seems so much easier.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, because I thought I was crazy. Like,
no,
and I've got boy parts, so I'm like,
I only have 2 arms. I wish I had 50.
Yeah.
Now be realistic. You wish you were.
You gotta live like a 2-arm guy.
All you need is 4. No, but I mean, I understand how you would say that. Like, if I had a vagina, I would just be a girl. I would just live that life.
So no, I haven't been put to the test, right?
But like,
maybe if I
truth be told, then it's like it takes our conversation from earlier and kind of goes against the point that no matter what you like, no matter what you do, if you have a vagina, you're a girl. You know what I mean? It's like no matter what, like no matter how many trucks you play with, you have a vagina, you're a girl. And I mean, I don't necessarily.
Taylor, I told you he was brilliant.
Well,
right?
I don't think
you all
anybody-
doubted me. I'm like, this fucker's a genius, and you're like, oh,
I don't know.
I don't see why you're coming after me like I'm the guy going, no, people who have vaginas aren't girls. Like, yeah, of course Harley's point makes
He
sense.
said you minimized his start a diss track idea, and I said it was genius. That's where I'm coming at from this, right? now his genius comes through twice in one PKA.
I think I don't think it's left. I think it's just perennial.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, wait.
I think I said the level of genius.
I dropped the mic.
I mean, the context of it drives me crazy too, because you say like, okay, yeah, well, that's your gender, that's what you want to be called. So everyone, we have to call you a woman, and we will. It's fine. I'm fine with it. What's that? Sorry.
That is where I don't agree with that. It's my one thing is that actually, like, I despise when people get in trouble because they're ignorant, but like you can't blame someone for being ignorant most of the time. It's society. Like, we all did it together as society. But like, I disagree. Like, misgendering someone or using the wrong pronoun is, no one can be blamed for that. That's too difficult of a thing to be on top of. So I think that I agree with what you're saying, but I don't think that society should be expected or anything of like that. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, the only reason I brought it up is because my next point was like, okay, so now it's just like in the context of describing, do you date straight men? Like the answer is now no. Like now it's like, do you date? Oh, so you're a guy? Do you date women? Like, well, yes, but only in the context of women. Like, if we're not talking about this thing that we have to do now, because then the answer is, of course, no.
Only women without penises for me.
Yeah. So it's like I see a future where you gotta just qualify everything, and I'm not like bitching about my privilege or saying that it's that big of a pain in the ass, but it's getting it. I don't know. It gets excess. Like, everyone is aware of this, right? Everyone is aware of the context, how important the context is of these labels.
It's like we're having to drill down like 4 layers deep of what qualifiers you need when it could just be, well, I'm attracted to the other half.
It's because it's like it's we try and label and take something that's a really complicated big picture thing and make it like a black and white simple thing, but it's just too complicated to do that. It's too intensive a scenario. So to be like who do you like, men or women? Like, I understand that it's like that's a question you can answer. You know what I mean? Do you like men or women
that look like men?
But like so to everyone, to you guys, like a woman who transitioned is to you. Who is that to you? Do you is that a woman to you?
No.
Started. Which one did it start at? And where are we now? Woman to man?
It was a man and is now transitioned to a woman.
But it depends who I'm hanging out with.
Like, what do you mean?
I'm
What
totally
is it?
okay
Like, is it
in most social situations, but if we're talking about a romantic situation, I guess I'm jerky enough to like.
Woody, you don't have to guess.
Women the whole time.
With a full-throated response, it's a man. It's a man for a romantic relationship. That's a man. I'm not dating I'm not dating that guy. I'll say whatever. To keep things polite and calm. But if we're getting in real shit here, no, absolutely not.
I guess when I said I guess, I meant I reluctantly admit that if it wasn't a woman from start to finish, that's not my cup of tea.
No, you don't have to reluctantly admit that. Like, you can
No,
just,
I know
like,
what
that's
I'm
what
saying.
I'm
I know
saying.
what you're saying.
If someone goes to you and says, "Hey, are you attracted to someone who identifies as a woman who has a penis?" You shouldn't have to go, "Well, I'm more into the vagina stock of women." No, you should just be able to say,
"Hold on." As much as you could say to him, he's just being responsible. Like, we were just talking about a person who, suffered because of what they said being offensive. Yeah. And like, truth be told, I think, and I'm just assuming that the most, righteous people on the matter would say that if you don't like women that used to be men, then that is wrong. Like, I'm sure there's people that believe that, because I was reading an article recently where it said, like, saying that you don't like a particular type of girl was racist. If you were to say, like, I don't like Asian women or I don't like black women, then that is racist. So if people,
it's not racist at all.
I saw that article, and
that's not where I'm coming from.
And they quoted they quoted an obscure scientific paper where your sexual or where what you're attracted to can be changed with electrode treatment, and it was the same paper that like the religious whack jobs use to show that like sexual reorientation therapy works. It was like, you guys have gone full circle. Finally, you finally want to make men attracted to genetic men who've chopped their dicks off by zapping them in the brain with electricity. You're finally equal. Go have a holy war and fuck off.
Well, actually, you don't need to chop the dick off to just be the woman.
You can just say it.
Then do you wait, hold on.
Harley
If you don't have to chop the dick off, then could you just keep the beard and keep the guy clothes and wear the guy shoes and then just go? Because like, when does it break off from, like, it's confusing, you know? You're right, it isn't black and white. It's difficult to keep track of. Like, but Harley, you get what I'm saying with, like, if you don't, like, if the penis being taken off isn't a requirement, which, fine, I agree. You shouldn't have, if you have a penis, you should not have it removed unless you, I guess, really, really want it removed. But there is a, like, why, if that's okay, then why is it someone who looks like me saying it and going in, like, not okay?
And why are we
maybe
all
I articulated
thinking about
that so poorly.
Yeah, I don't understand. I was just saying that, like, I mean, you can go and you can take, you could take hormones and you can get breast implants. You can put on a dress and, wax and shave and do your makeup and wear a wig and still have your penis. A woman truly believing it yourself.
I lost you right there for a second. You said you can still have your penis and.
Yeah, you could be like, everything about
look
it.
Like Taylor and just believe you're a woman, and that makes you a woman.
I'm just saying, if you really believed it, I don't think you would look like that. But like, you don't need to get the surgery to believe that, to get to that point. You know what I mean?
Agree. Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. I think it's like people can do what they want. People should do what they want. And I get annoyed when people get mad for using the wrong pronoun or misgendering someone. It's tricky, and it's a crazy time in the sense that, like, if you go on Facebook, I think you have 48 different genders to select from in this day and age. And so, like, to learn all 48 it's like a tricky thing, and to know which one is which and to understand that is just like it's hard to expect of society. And that's what
if someone tried to introduce me to 48 of their friends and remember their names, I'd be like, are you shitting me? Like, I'm going to get about 4 deep and I will have already forgotten. I am so bad with names. Are you guys good with names where you can meet someone and retain it?
I'm
okay,
good with
what
names,
is
yes.
worse than anyone with names, to be fair?
I'm good. I remember people if we've met before. I'm like, we know each other. Where do we know each other from? Like, I'm good at that.
I could do a 4-hour show with a celebrity and not know his name the next week.
Yeah.
You just did that. You said some doctor from Montreal.
Some dude.
Yeah, you literally just did that. I just linked an interesting story in the chat, if you guys did see it, about Britain extraditing a miracle baby pastor to Kenya. Now, you can scroll down and see pictures of this fucking huckster. And what this dude did is he promised with his wife that he could go to women who were barren or too old to have kids, and that he would give them a magical baby, a miracle from the Lord, without even the need for intercourse. And he was delivering. He was showing up, and these women were ending up having babies and holding babies and getting pictures with him. Turns out this fucker was just going to the Nairobi Pumwani maternity hospital and stealing babies and then going to those women who were praying and paying him and being like, your prayers have been answered. A baby has come from this guy, and it is here for you because you are faithful to the Lord. and then he'd give him the baby. And little did they know that came from the fucking Nairobi hospital, which I'm sure is.
But did they not know?
Yeah, they knew where that was coming from. People have been
like, hey, you want to buy this bicycle? It's $15. And you're like, you know what? I will take a bike for $15 because
Pardon me, this baby has blonde hair. Yeah.
This baby fell off the truck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Everyone knows what's going on here. This guy just sells cheap babies.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was interesting because I wouldn't think a scam like this could go on for longer than one person.
One baby?
Yeah, I thought this was a one and done scam, but this guy's apparently been pilfering babies from the Nairobi maternity area for years. What are these?
So, I think the acceptable level of crime is lower there.
It is Kenya.
Kids, the maternity ward is locked down, right? The kids have like bracelets on them. The fucking alarm systems go off everywhere. You cannot steal children in America. It's very, very difficult. On the other hand, my mother-in-law is staying with us. She's very sick. There's no security on old people at all. If you want one, you can go to the hospital.
Yeah, but nobody wants an old person.
Nobody wants an old person.
Can you imagine, like, if I'm laying in a bed dying when I'm 80, and like a masked man comes in with a gun, he's like, "What do you got? Where's your good shit?" I'm like, "Oh, have you come to whisk me away? Thank God. Like, I'll go anywhere you say." It's got to be anything would be better than that.
I really wish they could care for old people. Like, we've got a guest. Like, there's a mother-in-law suite we're not using. Let's go get some mother-in-laws.
Oh, I just had another one of those cringy, like, your shitty memory thing having to do with an old folks home. When I was like 7, I was with my mom at my great-grandpa's old folks home, and I was walking around the whole place all day. Man, looking back, those poor old people, they're all dead now, guaranteed. That was 20 years ago. But I walked around all day with my shirt like this over my nose and my mouth, looking around like I'd be like, "Oh, hey, Grandpa." And like at the time I was just a kid, so I was like, "God, it smells fucking weird in here." And so I was just covering my nose. And my mom had to keep telling me, like, "Taylor, that's incredibly rude. Stop." And it's like, "Oh yeah, you can smell it. You die too." Like no, I covered it up.
That's like when a man with a turban was standing behind my dad in line, and my sister like pulled his sweater, and she was like, "Look, Dad, a genie." She's like 6 years old, so it's like, but my dad just like, "Shut the fuck up."
When I was 5, or no, I guess maybe even younger, like 4, I was at a daycare, and my mom dropped me off and whatnot, and I was playing with all the other little kids. And when she came back to get me, she was like, "Did you have fun, Taylor?" We're walking out to the car. I was like, No, I don't want to leave. I want to go back in there and play with those little brown bears. And she's like, "What? Those little brown bears?" And I'm like, "Yeah, those little brown bears right over there." And it was just 4 little black kids that I'd been playing with. And I thought they were little brown bears. You're going to burn in hell, you piece
of shit.
Oh, I also, when I thought that the word lumpy meant ugly, and so I loudly shouted at a deformed man when I was 6 at a grocery store that he was a lumpy man, and my mom had to tell me, "Taylor, we're leaving." I didn't get well. I caused some problems for my mom. I was a leash kid. I got put on a leash in malls. Were any of you leash kids? You were, Harley? No. Did you have
I was a leash
body
kid.
Leash, or did you have
I was a leash kid. Yeah, wrist leash, and I actually was notorious for breaking off the leash.
Me and you there. Yeah, the wrist leash the wrist leash was a one and done thing because it takes no effort at all for a little child to wriggle out of a wrist leash. It was when I went to the Black House White Market or fucking Nordstrom or whatever with a whole vest like I was going skydiving. It was like being a dog where I just start running and just get pulled back. They had to close a Macy's once because they had to keep a Macy's open because I was so dedicated to my hide and seek game of being inside one of those circular clothes things.
Oh, those were the best, man.
Yeah, I love really hiding.
Serious thinking done in those things.
You could get a lot done in those.
I wonder how Taylor would have fared under my mom. Like, I don't think you'd have been a runner. She'd beat the hell out of someone. For that.
For those of you who don't know, Woody took some licks as a kid.
Oh man, yeah. I just. Like the thought of trying to get away from my mom in a mall scenario or something, like the consequences were too high. You wouldn't want that.
I did something once where I must have been 7. My brother was probably 5. You know those wagons, like those play school wagons that you pull that like you see moms walking down the street and there's 2 kids in there. I took one of those and we had an enormous hill in my backyard when I was growing up, and a giant willow tree popped right in the middle of it. But it was the only tree there, and the woods were hundreds of yards back. And so I told my brother we were gonna have a fun ride down the thing. What I didn't tell him is that I would not be joining him, and I was gonna tape him up so he couldn't get out. So I taped him. I taped his arms together. And, you know, the only thing you have to do as the older brother, because obviously if he resisted, even like 5 years and 7 years old, he would have escaped. All you have to do as the older brother is be like, yeah, it's going to be so much fun. Yeah, it's going to be great. Can you believe it? Yeah, we're going to have a good time. And then he was all taped up. And I remember standing there with my hand on this wagon, ready to push him down the hill to see what would happen, like on this fucking play school thing. Oh. And I hear my dad from the balcony behind me, Taylor, do not let go of that wagon. And I was like, and I hear immediately the telltale signs of an adult running quickly down the stairs. Boom, 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 boom. Like, all right, it is now or never. And so I let go of it. And immediately, I did not know where this is going. Yeah, and immediately it starts careening down this hill. Boom, 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 boom. Like my brother's bouncing up and down. And I hadn't aimed him that well. I was like, he's just gonna go straight into the middle of the fucking yard. What could possibly go wrong? He'll slow to a stop and be fine. I'm not gonna get spanked. No, I just let go of it, and he goes straight into that willow tree at
he hit it
20 miles an hour. Not 20. It was fucking quick, and he obviously not strapped in. Hits the tree.
Whoa,
bloodies his forehead. No. I taped him up. I didn't tape him into the wagon.
So he can't protect himself, basically.
Correct. Correct. It was hindsight's 20/20 on all this. I've had a lot of time to mature, but there was nothing more scary than seeing him hitting that tree and then turning around and being like, oh no, like that wasn't worth it.
Oh yeah,
and now he's here. And that was, I never taped anyone up and pushed them down a hill again. Well, suffice it to say. But that was, oh man. Do you guys do stuff like that with siblings?
Yes, I have to go to the washroom, guys. Don't talk about anything interesting while I'm gone.
Okay, we won't.
No, I had a sister, so it was like a no hands policy. I don't know if I ever had to learn that, but there's like a 5-year difference between us, so we're like
You're
different.
Older?
But yeah, I'm older. So she always just seemed like a baby to me. I don't know. I remember when she was very small and couldn't speak. I never got to kick the shit out of a brother when I was a kid. Sounds like fun.
No, good times. But as long as you're the oldest.
Yeah.
Did you have like more of a protective instinct toward her at all, or were you not that kind of older brother of like, oh, stay away from my girls, my little girl?
No. That's I was doing my own thing, and she's a tomboy, so my dad had the same plan as you, Woody, except she was down with it. She wanted to get into sports and do everything else too, so she was pretty well occupied, and she was always carrying a bat. So I don't think she needed anyone to protect her. Still doesn't.
That's good. You guys want to hear from Audible? I think we don't like to hear from Audible.
Let me go get the book. Go ahead. I'm gonna go get that book.
Get your milked on whatever farm. All right. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Audible. Audible is a leading provider of premium digital spoken audio information and entertainment on the internet. The leading provider, in my opinion. Audible's content includes an unmatched selection of audiobooks, original audio shows, news, comedy, and more from the leading audiobook publishers, broadcasters, entertainers, magazine, and newspaper publishers, and business information providers. Are you a fan of reading off your Kindle, but reading while driving to work is just too bumpy for you? No problem. WhisperSync for Voice lets you switch back and forth between reading the book on a Kindle or Kindle app and listening to the audiobook without ever losing your place or missing a word. Works with iPhone, Android, and Kindle Fire. That's actually an incredible feature to be able to jump back and forth from audiobook to regular book seamlessly. Incredible. Committing to a new workout regimen? Increase your reps while you free your mind. You can't make more time, but you can make the most of it. Thanks to Audible, they're offering our listeners a free audiobook of your choice and a free 30-day trial right now. So turn your workout into something more at audible.com/PKA. Head over and browse the unmatched selection of audio programs and download a free title and start listening. It's that easy. Go to audible.com/PKA. That's audible.com, audible.com/PKA, and get started today with Audible. We recommend you check out I Can't Make This Up, Life Lessons, authored and narrated by comedian Kevin Hart. Very, very funny guy. Yeah, check out audible.com/PKA. I can't recommend this highly enough, especially for road trips, and working out is excellent because I often will watch a show or something while I'm working out, but you're on the bench or something, and so you can't actually watch what's going on. There's nothing better than an audiobook when you're working out. And I think it's even better than music, frankly, because I don't know. That's the way my mind works. I know a lot of people think that same way. Your time goes faster and it's more entertaining with a story, a narrative. So audible.com/PKA, definitely check them out.
Awesome.
And
Dick, what do you
Dick?
have for us?
I got my favorite book from Audible with me. I liked it so much I got the printed out version, so I could read it if I didn't have any audio available to me.
Can we see the cover?
It's called Milked at Her Uncle's Farm. It's volumes 1 through 3. I just noticed that there is a prequel also. I want to read you the most erotic part of the book.
I'd love to.
Yeah, this is it's like your own personal Audible.
How do I turn off my camera while I listen?
Gouge your eyes out and your ears. Let me see if I. This is when the girl's going down to her uncle's farm, I think. Vanessa hated looking out, seeking the arid landscape and all the short mesquite trees. This is setting the eroticism. She actually saw tumbleweeds roll by like she was in the Wild West or something. Tumbleweeds. Here's where it gets really spicy. She refused to totally give up her city lifestyle for the Mexican farm, so she kept her Kindle Fire HD and her iPhone 5. It's a product placement inside the lactation erotica. There you go.
That's pretty. Kindle
So
Fire.
this girl was
HD.
getting fucked in like 2009, 2011, 2012. I don't know when
Her
the 5
iPhone
came out.
5 couldn't just be the iPhone 5. They really wanted to date. It's someday it'll be a period piece.
She could have said her smartphone, like just your smartphone and your reader.
Yeah.
She wanted to have a donut for lunch,
Does
but
it
she'd
have
already
a-
surpassed her sugar macros. You know,
Does it
like,
have
what?
a T next to it in the text?
What's
In
that?
the book? Does it have a little trademark next to it?
No, it doesn't.
Interesting.
Are there any like hot and heavy passages in there that are any good that you have bookmarked, or is this?
I mean, please,
Those are
but those are
so-
actually hot. They say too much about me. What I think is hot. That's like when anybody ever asks me what are you into? Like what do you think's hot? Never once have I answered that honestly.
What's your
Even
lie?
ask that? No man on earth, no person on earth has ever answered that question honestly. I definitely have not marked any as hot.
What's your go-to lie to throw
He
him
has
off the scent?
lactation erotica with him. I mean, that's got to be.
Yeah,
Hint.
this is my lie. Imagine what the real stuff is.
I mean, as much as Kyle talks about that business idea we had about Tilk, where we sell human titty milk to people over the internet,
Oh, that
he might.
exists.
It does, and
Yep.
we were gonna be their first competitor, because Tilk is a better name, and Kyle's got land down there. We were gonna get a bunch of great gals, some good stock, and breed them as need be. We'd do the breeding, but yeah, it would have turned out fine. But it is true that when someone asks you a pointed sexual question like that,
Yeah.
you
Get the hell
do
out of
have
here.
to tamp it down, or do something where you like say something that's pretend ridiculous, so they'll think, oh, he's not that crazy. Where you're like, oh, I like to watch lesbians, fucking 10 of them, all with strap-ons going to town, or something. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess that's a
Peg City.
little out there. So
That's called
he
Peg- that's
wouldn't
called-
lie about that.
That's called
I
Peg
love that
City.
you know that. Is it true?
Yeah, it's called
Did you
Peg
make
City.
that up on the spot?
No.
He made that up.
No. It's when a number of people are wearing strap-ons.
Is Peg
I'm going
City.
to Google it.
You're gonna
Well,
get Winnipeg.
It's like a rainbow party, though. Is it
Winnipeg?
Yeah, you'll get Winnipeg. But I'm just telling you
Urban
that's Peg City.
Dictionary, Peg City. Slang term for Winnipeg. God, he's a genius.
Well, no, he's Canadian.
Hey,
you know?
when it comes to pegging, I know.
Oh.
It doesn't even have his definition on Urban Dictionary.
No, because there's no
bad shit.
definition of,
Listen,
of
these
10
things-
lesbians with dildos.
These things start somewhere.
Here
These
they go.
things start somewhere, and that's just referred to as Peg City, starting now.
Harley, are you all up on Game of Thrones?
Yes.
How are you liking it so far? I don't want to poison your opinion with my own.
Your audience knows spoiler alerts when these come out, that it could be...
They know spoiler alerts aplenty for the Game of Thrones.
So, Jaime Lannister is not dead, right?
He should be. Can I talk about that?
Yeah.
Dude, no, Bronn should be dead. I was reading this on the internet, and I agree with the guy completely. So Bronn is a good character, but a secondary character, right? Those shows improve.
The books a long time ago.
Say that again?
He hasn't been present in the books for a long time now.
But we all love Bronn, right? That's a perfect reason to kill him, right? If Bronn was out there, wounds the dragon, pulls that big giant ballista arrow thing back, the dragon spots him, hits him with the fire, Bronn turns into ashes, that would have been an outstanding sort of brave ending. We didn't need someone else. Jaime could have jumped on the horse on his own. The story would have been better. Bronn would have died.
That's how they needed to save Bronn.
I don't want to save Bronn. I want to kill Bronn.
Oh.
If Bronn had died last week, then we'd all be like, oh my God, Bronn died. You know, no one's safe on this show.
But what do you think right now? What about, like, Jaime Lannister is more of an impact than Bronn, right?
Jaime's fine. They're both fine.
Yeah,
They're
they're
gonna,
both gonna be
Hold
fine.
on. How is Jaime fine?
He got tackled off the horse by Bronn, and now he's not in the water.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll take
So
that
I'm just
armor
saying-
off. He'll swim to the top, and he'll be a captive.
Just saying. He has a metal arm, and he's covered in armor. I'm just saying, and it's a crazy thing to say, but, like, I can't imagine anyone realistically pulls him out of that other than the dragon.
Realistically, no, but we are talking about a show with dragons, and I don't think they would have wasted the shot.
Is it going to do that? Like, is it going to start the next episode and Jaime Lannister is going to be all dried up and be like, oh, close call? Like, that would be dumb. Because
that's exactly what it's going to be. He's going to be
Bronn.
dumping water out of his boot. I guarantee it.
But see, like that, I worry that it's that because, truth be told, if you threw him in the water and you ended the episode there, like, because we're so trained that unless the head is on the ground rolling, he's still alive. Like, you might think, like, okay, is like, you're supposed to think Jaime's dead right now. He's in hot water, literally. So I want the next episode to make it a point that, like, maybe we get something special, like the dragon pulls Jaime out, because how else would he get out? And now we have this face-to-face Jon, Jaime, and Daenerys. Like, you know, three powerful families.
Here's an idea. All right, and this is stolen from the internet too. But Jaime gets captive, right? They're going to pull him out of the water. Now he's Dany's hostage, right? Dany sends a letter to Cersei and says, I'll exchange you Jaime for her sand snake chicks, right? Cersei says no. She shows Jaime the letter, and Jaime changes alliances and starts working with Dany. How cool would that be?
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
I have a big feeling as well. So a White Walker is and I took a lead from what you were saying about us singing a different tune for Jaime, because Jaime pushed Bran out of the window in episode 1. We wanted him dead since episode 1, and now I'm kind of like, I hope a dragon pulls his ass out of the water, because he's good and he's kind of redeemed himself a little bit. But when we look at the whole thing, like a White Walker were those, you know, like the Night King, like on horseback, like in the first episode, and the one that looks at Jon when he's in the boat going across the water. But the White Walkers also have these zombies with them. And they're two different things. There's the White Walkers, and then there's the zombies that are the revived dead. And it looks like the revived dead.
They're called whites.
whites.
Right. They don't have like a brain of their own, but like the White Walkers do. And we saw that scene where the White Walker takes the baby sacrifice and brings it to like, White Walker town. And he puts the knife to the baby's face and the baby becomes a White Walker, not a white.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, in classic Game of Thrones, from what I've learned, everything ends up being the opposite. Like, it's so important that the Stark family gets their revenge. Oh, wait, Red Wedding. They're all dead. That's not important. And it's like Jaime should die. And it's like, wait, Cersei should suffer. So it's not important that Jaime dies. And I want Arya to get her revenge on the Hound. But I want the Hound to still beat the Mountain. And these things need to happen. There needs to be these payoffs. And I'm waiting for these payoffs. And Daenerys, she should sit on the throne because she deserves it. Or maybe Tyrion or maybe Jon Snow. And meanwhile, they're all fighting each other. Jon Snow doesn't even want to take a knee in front of her. She's got all this pride. And meanwhile, the White Walkers are advancing. And I'm kind of thinking that all it takes is one episode with the right music playing and the right writing for all of us to be on Team White Walker. And that's something that can happen is, why would we not be introduced to the White Walkers? Like if it was zombie movie, they're relentless. And that's what I used to think, that it's zombies. They're coming. They're going to kill everything. But they're not just zombies. There's clearly like a society involved, and they raise children. So maybe there's a lot of humanizing factors that we would look at this and be like, fuck all these terrible humans. I kind of want the White Walkers to just ice everyone.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. At the very least, I hope that the White Walkers get some dialogue. We get to know them. We understand their motivations, because so far they're just monsters, right? And the real threat is these monsters that come from the cold place. That's not good enough. Let's do better, right?
Yeah, I don't feel like they're monsters. As deep as everything is, if he introduces them as not monsters, that's when we step back and we're like, oh, shit. I really like that White Walker character, and his motivation seems really relatable to me. Daenerys is starting to seem a lot like the Mad King. Like, she's really awesome.
Daenerys is really fucking annoying in this episode. First of all, the whole battle lines up where Daenerys has thousands of guys on horseback and a dragon that she rides around, and they come upon the Lannister army, which is like much, much smaller, and they're in the middle of traveling, and so obviously they're not prepared to defend, and they charge in. Dany charges everybody in right into a spear wall, and then like 2 minutes later brings the dragon in. When it's like, you could have just flown, and then retardation of retardations, she comes into the front line, and with her dragon she blows a hole perpendicular to it when she could have gone
parallel
straight down the line. It's like, you stupid bitch. I'm so tired of this character being so bad of a queen, and she could have won that entire battle without losing a single man.
I don't think we can guarantee that she has full control over this dragon. This dragon did run away from her for a while. So I'll give an excuse to the show and say, I can't guarantee that she made the call. The dragon is living in its own. But are you guys part of the school that believes Tyrion is a Targaryen?
I don't know yet.
What is the thought process?
I don't know if I'm a member of that school. Dick
guys, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Dick.
Guys of the school that Tyrion is a Targaryen is one of the funniest things I've heard for some. Are you telling me that Tyrion's not a Targaryen? You better fucking bet your ass that Targaryen is a Tyrion. If I've ever seen a Targaryen, fuck you, man. There's a full-on fight somewhere happening about that.
Yo, this conversation's stupid. He's right. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Oh, that's funny.
You want to fucking put money if Tyrion is a Targaryen?
I will say why I thought that. Okay, before we abandon this conversation.
No, keep talking. He loves it.
I want to hear it.
Like, I'm immune to serialized shows for some reason. They drive me. It's because I can feel them conditioning me like a dog. I can't watch them. I never watch them. I fucking hate them.
Curse.
But if it helps, this one wasn't made to be a show necessarily. So it's not written as such to be like, how do we string them along? How do we string? So you do get, if that means anything in the long run for you to watch it. But Tyrion, Tywin always says that Tyrion's no son of his. In the books, Tyrion's hair is described as slightly blonder than his brother and sister. And this is the most important one. Tyrion's the only other person other than Daenerys that has touched a dragon and not died. He was in that cave and he went right up to it and touched it and it didn't kill him. I don't think that's like the dragon has like a good read on him. I think it's just because he's of the dragon blood.
I can't decide how fucking smart we're supposed to believe these dragons are, because one scene, like it'll like look coyly at a person and it's like, oh, something's fucking happening in there. And then the next scene you watch, this retard dragon barreling down and spending a huge burst of flames to incinerate 3 people. And it's like, that there are hundreds about. Like, you could have given yourself, like, you have a long neck, give it a little wag. Give a fuck.
When you drop a predator missile with COD, you don't look for singles.
The dragon. No. The dragon's also like 4 years old, and I don't know what that translates to, like dragon years, but like it might be an infant. It might be an infant.
Oh, just like dogs, they're 28.
And there's only like 3 of them, right?
Yeah, there's 3
dragons.
One for Jon, one for Daenerys, and one for Tyrion.
Oh, and you know what else was interesting about the dragon? Yeah, I do think that kind of makes sense, the Tyrion being a Targaryen. And now the fact that I'm saying that now, I feel like such a fucking...
Tyrion is a Targaryen. Tyrion is dad's name that you said?
No, Tyrion is his name, and Targaryen is like one of the previous ruler families.
But you said another T name.
It's a last name.
That was like...
Tywin. Tywin is his dad.
Tywin's Tyrion is a Targaryen? That's the argument? Is Tyrion and Targaryen?
This show is really important to me, and you're ruining it.
I'm sorry.
They really, honestly, the way they do names in Westeros is they just put like 3 Ys in everything.
Yeah.
If you look at it, like you can tell he got a little lazy. Like Lord of the Rings guy, J.R.R. Tolkien, that guy went goddamn insane coming up with Elvish and Dwarven languages.
Well, that guy also finished his books.
Yes, that's a good point to him. That fat fuck George R.R. Martin's going to die of a heart attack before he gets anything done.
How much does it suck to be him right now? Like, everyone's predicting their death and wanting books out of him, like, more than they care about the man behind the stories.
I honestly think if he never ever tunes into the internet and listens, he probably has a pretty awesome life. If he doesn't listen to the fan
Who does
base,
that, though? Yeah.
He listens.
It gets to him. Bet. It gets to him. It has to.
Didn't he, like, delete his live journal or something?
Did he? I didn't know that.
I know he had...
Yeah, I bet if he had a live journal and the entries weren't just one after another, like working on book, went golfing. Fuck you! Oh my god, people are not happy with him because he retired after he got rich.
It's not like he's taking a weekend off. The 5th book came out when the first season of this show started, and I finished it during the first season, all 5 books, and I was like, all right, next book, I'm going to be so far ahead of this story. That was 7 years ago, and the dude has done nothing but become a type 2 diabetic. And
that's the producers have the end of
he's done nothing.
The producers have the end of the story. They know where it goes. So it's kind of like it's now made for TV. It's not a book anymore. It's like now it's a show.
Does that aggravate you though? It aggravates me.
No, because I read the first book, and then I watched the first season. And the first season was so close to the first book that I was literally like, I don't need to read them. Because I'll just read ahead and I'll be anticipating as I watch the show. And I kind of appreciate that I didn't ruin like The Red Wedding, for example, because I didn't read it. So I got the show version, and so grateful to people like yourself that read the book and didn't spoil it or anything, because it was like mind blowing. But like it was just so similar to the book to the show that I was like, oh, great. I don't need to read this shit. I'll watch it when they do it.
So the original author is now writing fan fiction for this successful HBO series, basically? Like it's...
Is that what he's
doing? No, he wrote the books. They took the 5 books. They made it to a show. The producers know where the show goes. And apparently he hasn't finished writing it. And now the show writing is past the book writing. So I'm sure he's not going to write the book. They're going to make it. And then they'll just put his name on the cover, but they'll have some ghostwriters go and just put the show into like, written form.
Wow, that's crazy. So he's not even writing it at the point of the fork. The books are going to go along with the movies.
Yeah, the books of the show. Yeah,
the show is ahead of the books.
Show first.
Wow, the show's ahead by almost an entire book. The show used to be behind the
books.
Yeah,
there were 5 books when the show started, and now the show's 7 years in, and there's still 5 books, and everyone's very upset.
Yeah,
and she has pointed out here, he has 2 more books to finish. He's 68 years old and 400 pounds. 400-pound people don't live to 70.
Yeah, and this isn't a John Grisham book that you buy at an airport when you realize you forgot anything half decent to read. These are 1,000-page tomes where he spends. If he took all the effort he puts into describing food and feasts and pot pies and quail feathers dripping from the mouth of the slaves upon which they feast, or whatever the fuck he says, like he will spend 1 paragraph on like, and the battle commenced. And the victor was decided. And then the next page will be like, and the following day a feast was held in honor. And the feast had pot pies and pig feet and cabbage wheels or whatever.
We haven't even talked about the table yet.
Have you ever? Which table?
The table that they eat on. Oh my God, it's important. How thick is the table? How is it? He describes that. The candles on the table. He goes on with these feast things for pages. The man loves his food.
He does. Like, that's going to constantly spoil his legacy if he doesn't finish those 2 books.
Speaking of food,
like it's to Harley's point that the producer know the end of it, but if you told me the end to it, I don't think I would know all the individual, tendrils of storyline that led there and the twists. I don't think that all that information, do they? Like everything he imagined?
No, the producers know the right questions to ask. They're going to have all that stuff. They have every person's storyline fleshed out. I'm sure this entire Game of Thrones arc is literally on cue cards on a whiteboard, like somewhere in Hollywood, like beginning to end, every character, like what happens.
Is that enough though? Like, it's not the same if Gur Martin doesn't write it.
The thing is, like the show's already taken liberties in terms of dialogue and scene selection that like. What you've been getting from the show is what they made. The producers made it, not him. He set up the universe and everything that they make, but like the showrunner is what's really taking the lead here, And since they've been working on it for 5 years and they know where it's all going, it's like they've put in a lot of work into the universe just as he has. So like they're experts on the matter. I trust it in their hands, basically, myself personally.
See, that's where I was headed. I feel like. I feel like a lot of the changes that the show has made, heck, the whole going to Dorne thing and leaving out what Jamie was actually doing, which I think was going to Black River, whatever the fuck he was doing.
That's the worst received episode.
Yeah, well, it wasn't just one episode. There was a whole, like, what Jamie did all season, going to Dorne and that thing was a show change. It wasn't like that in the books. In the books, he was leading an army. It was the thing with him and Bronn against the Freys, or with the Freys as bad partners or whatever. That was so much better in the books. So I don't trust the show people to get it right. If I knew how Game of Thrones ended and I laid it out for you, which I couldn't, it wouldn't be good because I'm not Gur Martin. I need Gur Martin to be part of this. Okay,
yeah, but
Lady Stoneheart dropped.
Right now we're also dealing with like a couple of the most talented people in the business running the show. Like they're like I trust them. Like I think like when decisions were made now, I think that they were made because they know things that are happening later. And remember, like George might have written himself into a position that he wishes he could have changed 1 or 2 things. And it can make something different, They have that foresight now with the show to cut things out or take some liberties. And the Dorne episode, I didn't particularly enjoy it a lot, but I also didn't hate it as much until I read the sentiments of people who read the book, I was
Lady
just like
Stoneheart. So Mom Stark, Catelyn Stark, I think her name was, Caitlin. She's supposed to come back from life. She gets resurrected. She can't talk. She's pale. She can't talk because her throat was slit. And now she's just a badass going for revenge. That's her thing. She, Arya Stark has her list. Arya Stark's kind of getting her thing. Book readers want Lady Stoneheart. Like, that diversion is for the worst. The Sand Snake diversion is for the worst. Most of the times that it's different from the book, it's for the worst. And that's why I want Gur Martin to write the book, so that the show would have something to track. But you get what you get.
On another note, I mentioned this. On the 15th, is that Tuesday? August 15th? I believe so, right? Yeah, we're doing a live competitive cooking show on the Epic Mealtime channel.
It is Tuesday.
Yeah, we did. I used to do the show Epic Chef on the channel, where it was like competitive, and we brought in like a couple celebrity or actually online guest judges and had people compete in cooking. And this Tuesday at 4 p.m. we're just gonna go live from like 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. And it should be. I think it's gonna be pretty awesome. I haven't done Epic Chef in like 5 years, and I modeled this whole thing to be like modeled after WWE, like WWF, in a weird way. And I made it like really internet and ridiculous. So it's not like chopped Ryan Chef, but like we have like one match is the fidget spinner dinner, and it's like we have two chefs like competing, and they have a fidget spinner, and like when the fidget spinner stops spinning, they have to spin it again. So they're basically only cooking once when the fidget spinner is spinning, and if it stops spinning, they have to stop touching and go spin the fidget spinner again. Very, very stupid. We also have the high stakes match, and the high stakes match was like modeled after a ladder match from wrestling. So we have like two of our guys are competing cooking, and the ingredient is steak. But like it's literally the high stakes match because it's the main event, and they have to climb a ladder to get to their grill to cook the steaks. So the steaks are literally going to be high off the ground. So it's going to be the high stakes match.
I just got it.
I'm glad to see you've embraced the pun.
I take back what I said about the genius.
No, that's the most genius thing. So, do you have any other pun-related challenges for people?
No, the first match, we have two people that don't know how to cook. They're going to go live 1v1 with like, secret ingredients. And the second match is two people that do know how to cook, and that's the fidget spinner dinner. And then the main event is two cast members from Epic Mealtime, and they're doing the high stakes match where they are literally going to be cooking steaks high up. And
Are you pretty confident in your cooking ability now? Not like John. I'm sorry, what?
I'm shit at cooking.
No.
Really?
I thought
no
get
way.
Good. You have great equipment.
I know the recipes for the handlets that I host, but like Epic Mealtime, I'm not hands-on at all.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Are you a good cook, Dick? Like, do you cook for yourself?
No, God, no. I don't know what it is about cooking that I can't do. I think it's the impatience and the instructions, and like as soon as I start reading the instructions, I just got a voice in my head saying like, no, you gotta do it your own way. You gotta add your own. You gotta add your own spin to boiling water.
They say cook to 180. I'm a 140 kind of guy. I think that's fine.
I resent reading the instructions, is what it is. And then it seems like so much work. I get done with it. I eat it, and I feel like I wasted all my time.
That's where I am. Like I like eating meals that are hard to prepare, but I can't imagine putting like 40 minutes of work into a meal. That seems like it. Like the payoff's not there.
Yeah, that's like some things literally take like, you start it and be like, got to check on this in 2.5, 3 hours. It's like a whole day devoted basically to that.
You know what?
Usually the payoff is pretty awesome, but then you're also like cleaning up after, and everything you use, you have to clean it. I don't know.
I feel like the food always wins. Like the more time it takes me to make, then it beat me somehow.
So you're all about quick meals, flavorless chicken and brown rice. Probably.
Yeah, I am.
Woody, you talk about having George Foreman chicken at your house for dinner. I bought a George Foreman grill my sophomore year of college and made 2 chicken breasts on it. And of course, it's entirely drained of flavor and fat, that little bit that chicken has by the time you get it. And cutting into that and taking a bite of it was like, I imagine like fucking gladiators ate shit that had more flavor. Like in their gruel. Like there's George Foreman's grill does nothing but cook the flavor out of things. It
has been the core of my diet for 5 months now. Like since
George
April
Foreman
15th.
Whoa.
Yeah. I've lost 23 pounds.
Because George Foreman. But see, that it wasn't good. But it's effective.
No. It's just what I eat now. My standards keep going down, and the truth is a certain snobbiness to my attitude too. Like I'll see actual good food and be like, I wouldn't eat that. That's for fat people. And
I made a cooking video on my channel when Modern Warfare 3 or Modern Warfare 2 was out, and everybody hated that game so much that the video was just me cooking a disc copy of Modern Warfare 2 and adding spices and shit to it in the pan and turning it up real hot. I did not anticipate that when you very highly cook a CD, and you stand too close to it, your nose has a really, really awful sensation for a few days afterward from the stuff that you've inhaled. Yeah, so if you do not want to breathe in the colorful side of an Xbox 360 disc, believe you me.
It's ancient history now, so I'll ask. You used to have a video on your channel, and I think it was your girlfriend cooking in lingerie. Does this sound right to you?
Whoa.
Yes. Yeah, it was.
Happened. Which girlfriend was it? Was it the one that was on PKA or yes. From before her?
No, it was the one that was on PKA. Yep. Yeah, okay. And I privated that one or took it down or something a while back. Years ago.
That you privated it. What's the camera?
You know what?
This video.
It was up. It was up for 1 minute before I got the YouTube email notification of your video has been demonetized, and I was like, fuck. Oh well. But yeah, that one got a good reception because the cake she cooked looked and smelled, I imagine, delicious.
Yeah, I remember the cake.
The cake, well, see, but it wasn't. The cake was good, but it was more the very sexy lingerie of a beautiful woman.
She's wearing underwear and she cooks a cake, and then she sits on the cake and farts on it. Cake farts.
No, that was a video I did not upload.
Oh,
but yeah,
that's
the other
farts.
The other one was good.
That's
it
funny.
turns out that nobody even pays attention to the cooking if there's a beautiful woman in lingerie. And everybody liked the part.
She made cake.
Yeah. Everybody really liked the part where she bent over to get the cake out of the oven. And so, that was probably the peak viewership of that.
Anyways, link us or stop talking about it.
Now, if I can find it again, I will.
You know exactly where it is. You know exactly how to get it to me.
Yeah.
I'll send that to you. That'll be on your watch list right after a deer fighting someone and whatever the fuck else is on your list now.
Burning Man sex tapes.
Sex tapes, yeah.
Burning Man sex tapes.
I mean, I bet there's a whole category of festival sex tapes that you can go to online. I bet that's what you look at before you go to festivals, Dick, right? You get yourself in the thought process of, oh, yeah, look at these gals.
Yeah, if there's any pictures there, I don't want to go. That's the worst part. It's like, everybody, get the cameras away. Get the cameras away because you're starting to make everybody realize that this is real life and that there's consequences to it. Fucking stop.
Yeah. Yeah, being reminded that consequences exist is a huge buzzkill.
Yeah.
It ruins any party.
It doesn't help you get laid.
No, especially the ones that in the middle of the day. Where is Burning Man? Nevada?
I used to have parties where people would come over or things like that, and I would take cell phones and keep them in an area.
It's a good idea. Shoes
just
off
to make it so
door,
people are sociable.
drop your
it's literally no, so that no one talks about the shit that's going down.
Harley can throw a party. I went to a Harley party in Vermont, and I had to excuse myself. One, it was just inappropriate for a married person to be there, and two, I didn't want to be I don't know, some asshole sitting on the couch, not participating, like behaving myself. Like nobody wants that stick in the mud there. So I just disappeared into the room. But
a girl put a cigar in another girl's butt.
There was a girl making orgasm sounds down there, and I'm like, what's going on out there? She was clearly making orgasm sounds, and I to this day have no idea. Like, was she goofing? Was she like? I don't know what happened.
Was there like a tennis court downstairs or anything?
It was like a ski lodge, right? So downstairs there was like, big thick wooden furniture and couches and stuff. And
I've heard from Kyle as well that Harley throws a real rager. But there's another part about me that if I went to a party and someone was like, "Hey, put your cell phone in here," like I would appreciate very much the thought of like, "Oh yeah, nobody's going to talk about what we're doing here. Also, we're going to be very social. We're not going to have enclaves of people just looking at their phone." But also, like, you do have a thought of like, "Is this guy going to murder me?" Like, is this preventative?
It's a scenario where it's not like at a party with like 30 people. It's like, 8 people and you're all in the same room and they're over there. You see your phone. You can go over and look at it and stuff like that, but it's just not chilling. No one's like,
yeah.
And you're like, what are you doing over there? What are you doing with that?
I'll never know what happened at that party.
Or the guy who's on his phone.
I told you.
A
girl put a cigar in another girl's butt. I told you.
Did someone smoke the cigar after?
No.
Well, that's good.
It was a ski resort, and we went in the winter, and I went skiing, and the girls brought multiple bikinis for the parties. That's what
probably
they were.
A hot tub, right?
No, that was party attire for these girls. They were dimes, and they dressed in bikinis and partied.
80% of bikinis that are purchased never see the water.
Really?
I either saw that on the internet or I made it up, but it's
both reliable.
Both of those could be the exact same thing. Where like whether you made it up or saw it on the internet, they could both be false.
It's one of those things that sounds right, though, right? That sounds pretty right, because a lot of women buy really nice bikinis, and you'll see them in these bikinis lounging out, and then you'll be, let's get in the pool, and then they disappear for a minute, and they come back in some ratty bikini by comparison, and it's like you have a show bikini and a swimwear bikini. I don't know. I just can't imagine it. Thank God nobody wants to look at my body that much.
What about bonobo monkeys? Would they, if you give them a bikini, would they just sit out by the side of the pool? Have we tested that?
No.
It's funny that we
use bikini and run to the truck section of Toys R Us.
It's funny. It's funny that we used bonobos as an illustration before, being like, see, the females play with the dolls, the males play with trucks, and it's also like, yeah, and they all fuck each other. Like the families fuck each other. They all fuck each other. The men fuck the men and the boys and the daughters and the moms, and it's like a crazy orgy. And we're like, look at that. Boys going for the truck, the girls going for the doll, just like, and it's like, yeah, but everybody's sucking that monkey's dick. So like there's way more at play here than what we're
there's definitely more at play than the I mean, to be fair, I've watched a lot of monkey videos. I'd put my monkey watching video history on the internet up against the aggregate of your three, and I would come out handily in favor. I've watched every I watch so many monkey videos. It's goddamn ridiculous. But
what is the attraction to monkeys for you? Because I know a guy who's also really into monkeys, and I never got it.
Me too. I'm into monkeys also.
I think they're cool and they're neat. And when I was 2 years old, it's honestly like my first memory that is in my head that solidified. When I was 2 years old, I was obsessed with gorillas and chimpanzees and monkeys, and I loved watching everything on TV about them. I had so many monkey toys that my second birthday, it was their second or third, one of them, my parents rented a monkey man to come to my birthday with 2 young chimpanzees, Kirby and Kimmy. Yes, those were their names, Kimmy and Kirby.
They could have clawed your face off.
And little girl. I realized that I didn't have that knowledge, and my parents apparently didn't even fucking they couldn't people that wasn't around, but they could have gone to the library and looked it up, I guess. But they brought monkeys to my birthday party. They let them out of the cages, and I remember just the first time in my life, ecstasy. Euphoria, seeing these monkeys just doing playful things. Like I'd already opened my presents, and so like Kirby, the young male monkey, I like handed him one of my presents, and he like looked at it and examined it and dropped it, and I'm like, oh, he's like thinking about playing with it. And then I got a little Kawasaki, those little tiny 4-wheeler things that kids sit on, and you go like 2 miles an hour. I was riding that around, as the monkeys were dancing and having a good time. Kimmy, that cunt monkey, she comes over, knocks me off of my Kawasaki, and drives it away.
I call my girlfriend cunt monkey, by the way. It's just funny to hear you say that in real life, because like it's a cute nickname I have, cunt monkey. But anyways, continue.
So this cute, huh? This was a cunty monkey, not an endearing one in any way. So for the rest of the party, I basically had to do the phone thing before these, smartphones were even around, where I'd be playing with Kirby, and then when Kimmy would come around, I'd be like, "Oh, don't look at Kimmy, just play with something else. Pretend, let her have the Kawasaki." And I don't know why that didn't traumatize me into not liking monkeys. If anything, it just made me like them more.
You got bullied by the monkey?
I got bullied by one of the monkeys. The other one was super fun. And so, it wasn't too bad. If anything, it taught me, a little bit of character. When a monkey pushes you off your Kawasaki, what do? You go play with your other monkey.
Yeah.
I love monkeys because they're so interesting, because there's just so many things where you're like, wow. Like I saw a bonobo video where it's like they put one in a cage, and he's in a cage and he's there, and then they have another one, and they put all of this food in the middle of that cage that is accessible by another bonobo. So one of them is locked up, and in an adjacent cage is a pile of food, and the other bonobo can go in. The other bonobo would go in and use this kind of somewhat advanced mechanism to open the other door for the other bonobo. Even if it was a stranger bonobo, he would go and open it and open the door, and then they would split the food. And they always did that. They always shared. And if there are closest relative, it's interesting. And you think of them and you think of us, they're the one ape that doesn't kill. They don't have any violence in their culture or their society.
They do solve a lot of stuff by fucking. You're right.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's interesting just to be maybe ideally we could be more like bonobos. Split the food, open the cage. Is it a boy or is it a girl? It doesn't matter. Fuck them.
It'd be more fun to be like a gorilla, to be like that harem running gorilla. That's the grand poobah of Monkey Town, in my opinion, is the wild silverback that's got that harem of bitches who know exactly what they need to be doing to keep that guy's attention. And all he has to do all day, all that dude has to do all day is be on the lookout for adolescent, smaller gorillas. And then if they wander too close, you just go and use your gorilla strength and beat the shit out of them and probably tear their balls off, because that's nature. That's what they do. That's what I would want to be. I wouldn't want to be a bonobo. Chimpanzees do, and gorillas, I'm sure they do as well. All primates are pretty vicious in a lot of ways. If you fucked with a bonobo,
literally
it could
pulling
fuck you
the
up.
testicles off.
I saw a video.
There's multiple videos of chimpanzees doing that. There's a video where a chimpanzee wanders into the territory of a rival gang, and it's almost like a movie where, and of course, David fucking Attenborough is reading about it and describing it with no sense of wonderment or interest. When you're watching a monkey tear another monkey apart, you should be like, oh, he's ripping his testicles off. Look at that, his finger's fucking gone. And David Attenborough just sits there and talks about the wondrous trees and bugs experiencing this. It's just, I don't know. He bothers me in some ways. But basically, this monkey ran in. All the other monkeys descended as a horde, Mad Max style, pulled him down, and the main monkey grabs his balls and just rips him off. and then they all start digging into the monkey in the way that zombies do, where they just kind of put their fingers like this on the stomach of the monkey and tear it open and start
Where is
eating
this
thing. This is YouTube.
No, but where did it happen?
Oh, I have no idea. Fucking Botswana? I don't know. Like
That's
wherever.
crazy.
Wherever
Chimps are apparently like 4 times stronger than your average male.
Yep. They're
Like,
like
so-
infinitely stronger.
And it's just crazy because they're like, half your
Infinitely. See,
size.
it's mythological now.
No, it's true. Think about it. It's muscle density.
Yeah.
It's
and
like
leverage. Their arms are much longer than ours, like their forearm. And I watched some video that explained for some reason like that torque. I don't know, some physics word. Whatever they get from that long arm really contributes to that too. Very,
I saw a
very
video
strong.
of silverback gorillas, and they were in a line, and they were just kind of going, and they were like in the jungle, and there was a couple of photographers taking their pictures right nearby, and one of the apes was walking by one of the gorillas, and it literally casually grabbed one of the photographers and kept going, and literally dragged him 10 feet like he was nothing, and the photographer was just lying there getting dragged. And apparently it's like it's their demonstration every now and then when we get really close that they're like, I could fuck you up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just think about that for a second. And they like left him there.
I saw a tiger do that.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
it was a tourist at a zoo. I wish I had the words for it. This tiger, he like bit the guy from the back of the neck, and he dragged him as he walked. The tiger's stride didn't change. The tiger's neck, he wasn't like, dragging it, like struggling with it. It was like he had picked up a small branch and a dog was playing fetch.
It's like
He
you
like
water
carried it up a
bottle.
tree, no problem.
Yeah, this guy, and I think he broke into like a little gallop or something with the human dragging. It was a smallish guy, call him 145 pounds, but it was nothing to this tiger, and that was very impressive. That tiger was stupid strong.
Thing
I could take
about
him, but
animals having superhuman strength is that you just compare. Let's talk about core competencies. The core competency of a human being. I can Sudoku around anything in the animal kingdom. I've done one Sudoku in my whole life. Put the most difficult one in the world in front of me, and put the most simple one in the world in front of any creature in the animal kingdom, and I will blow it out of the water. That's our core competency. We see patterns and we solve problems better than anything else in our own way. Meanwhile, we're weak as fuck. The strongest human being, Brock Lesnar, if he had to fight a female chimp that weighed a third of him, that chimp would fucking kill him. It wouldn't be close. It wouldn't be like, man, Brock really got a good swing. No. You know what happens when you hit a human being in the face? They go, oh, fuck, I need to weigh options here. You know what happens when you punch a monkey in the face? It goes, oh, I don't know what to do other than to tear scrotum and eyes from face and groin. Like, it doesn't know anything else to do. So it's just, that's what I'm impressed by with animals, is like they're so much more impressive in their physicality than us, even though we could be bigger, we could be taller, lankier. Doesn't fucking matter. A little tiny monkey or a little sea creature, like they're so much stronger than us because they have to be. Like, imagine a monkey out there with the upper body strength of Homo sapiens. Do you think we could scurry up into fast enough? Fucking fat chance.
Every time he swings from branch to branch, he'd be like, if it just had like a regular human upper body.
Do you do that with like rocks and stuff too? Like, imagine if I punched this rock. There's no way that it would be able to take this boulder.
I mean, but yeah, that's that rock's core competency,
Yeah.
is being hard.
I'm gonna try to fight this wave coming in. I wouldn't stand a chance.
I mean, okay. Well, when you put it like that, then it sounds stupid. But no, it's just neat.
Man versus car.
Although your exact analogy, if you took it, but we first have to run a 15-mile marathon, then every other animal loses to you instantly.
That rock,
because once you put them in a room, like they go to sleep because they can't help it, and we have runners high and are ready to fight and stomp them into the ground. Like, not only are we problem solvers, but we have the best endurance on the planet.
Yeah, there's another one
true.
that's close. I forget what it is. Is it the one? I'll Google it. I'm really curious now.
Our fine motor skills are better than anything else far and away. Like, that's the thing with chimps. They don't have any fine motor skills. They're like all or nothing with every movement. What are you looking up, Woody? Monkey facts?
I want to know what the best running animals are.
I think it's probably us and then horse.
A cheetah.
I'm going to go with sled dog, although I'm not sure.
Wait, for endurance?
Yeah, it's
Actually,
us and then
sled dog
horses.
A camel. Right? A camel.
Camel's better. Better than a camel is a pronghorn antelope.
Sure.
That was
Better than a camel. Really?
Yeah, actually, equal to a pronghair antelope is an ostrich, and that's where it ends.
An ostrich would fuck you up. Remember you were saying, Woody, that you wouldn't lose a fight to whatever? An ostrich would fuck you up.
An ostrich
Set it
would
up.
beat the shit
Joe
out of you.
Lozon's Octagon. Fight me at PAX.
You heard right here, ostrich. You fucking fight Woody at PAX, or he's going to make a diss track on you and KSI. I would pay $100 for a YouTube live event where you fight an ostrich.
Oh my God. I wouldn't consider buying the Mayweather fight at all because I just don't care. I'll watch the series of GIFs for free the following day. But this right here, you fighting an ostrich, I'd pay $200, and if I could get a front row seat to this 30-second bloodbath.
Yeah, you die. You actually die.
What
Woody,
weapons does an ostrich have?
Head and
Beak
neck.
and claws.
Head and neck. It's a whip. You're getting headbutt. You're getting headbutt so many times.
Oh, who's to say he's not getting headbutted? I have a head, I have a neck.
That's bad for you.
I just don't get why people are so low on the predator list in this world
How
of yours.
big do you think?
We're high.
Woody,
we're
real
like
quick.
We're like top 20.
Woody, how big do you think an ostrich is?
6'8"
Oh.
6'11" to 9'2".
9 foot. 9 foot.
Oh, that's a big bird.
That's a big bird.
That's kicking all of our asses.
If all four of us tried to fight a 9'2" bird, there would be 4 dead men laying in the dust minutes later. And that's only if someone made the ostrich keep fighting back. Hopefully it'd only kill 1 or 2 of us and then get bored.
I'm jumping on the back. I'm going right to straddle the neck and weigh the whole head down onto the ground. That's what I'm thinking.
I think I'm probably faster than at least one of you. And so I'm going to bank on that.
I think once I'm holding the head and I'm weighing the head down, you guys each sweep the legs at the knee or the ankle, break that shit. Once it can't stand, we're eating ostrich for dinner.
We can do this.
We should do this. We should do this. We have to fucking kill an ostrich together on YouTube. We got to take YouTube back from the drama.
How fucking can you imagine the news story and how much hate and how big of a story that would be if 4 white guys bought an ostrich and as a joke fought it to the death as a YouTube video? Oh my God. We'd have to go on CNN.
Dentist lion dude.
Kickstarter.
Yeah, because at least the dentist lion dude, they'd be like, well, actually this Cecil the lion, they purchased him and it ended up being good for the reserve. Oh, is that kind of the same thing those 4 guys on YouTube did with the ostrich? No, they broke into a zoo and escaped with it. Because you can't order it offline. You probably can.
Woody wanted the little one. Turns out that was a recent mother.
Yeah.
It's me and my dad bought a zoo meets Fight Club. We just have a fake zoo and get all these animals in that we need to fight for some reason.
It's
just for fun.
That's just an excellent movie in itself. These guys just buy a zoo to start an underground animal fight club. Pay.
Yeah.
If you ever wanted to fight an animal, now you can do it.
That's exactly what I've said a million times. If I was a multi-billionaire, I'd buy professional football teams and professional baseball teams and make them play ice hockey against each other and things like that. But I would also buy zoos up, willy-nilly and make huge animal fights. Like gorilla versus fucking, I don't care, a horse. It doesn't matter. I'm rich. I can do whatever I want. I can throw whatever I want in there. Throw a person in there. Do you ever think about that? Your own gladiatorial games with animals? I think about it twice a day.
No, I do think about. I do think about if I had a time machine. People are always like, "Oh yeah, you go back and kill Hitler or whatever." I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to fuck with anything. I watch too much Star Trek, and I'm way too aware about the Prime Directive. I wouldn't fuck with anything or touch anything or do anything other than I would go and attend some good old fashioned Roman death matches, and I would go watch one guy versus a lion or 5 lions versus a tiger or chariot races where people are burning each other and stuff. And I would just take that moment in to appreciate, living today.
I know the relative times of when the hot company was. I could buy IBM and then Microsoft and then Cisco and then probably Apple or Google, and I would be so rich. Just that's what I would do.
But the fun part isn't thinking about making the money, because of course, if you put any of us back in time 5 years from now, and then fast forward again, we're all going to be inordinately wealthy because it doesn't take a ton
in my dreams. I feed this information to young me, somehow get my father's trust, and make the whole family just stupid fucking rich throughout my whole life.
You know what I imagine happening is I would be back in time setting the groundwork for my animal fighting arena, and then a version of me with a cyborg eye would appear and be like, "You know not of what you do," and then whisk me back to the fucking future or something like that. But oh man, that would be fun. Snakes versus all sorts of birds, but the bird's wings are clipped to make it a little more fair.
That sucks. The bird has nothing.
No, that's not fair. Yeah, because the bird has hollow bones.
No, but I blind the snake as well.
No, give the snake wings.
This is like Saw, but for animals. That's a sick thing that you're doing.
I'm an animal lover.
No, you're not clipping the bird's wings and fighting them 10 at a time. This is what you do with $1 billion.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. They'd be like, Taylor, a lot of people are still dying of ALS, and I'd be like, oh, how about you go get yourself a big cup of ice water and take care of that? I got a lot of monkeys over here I'm going to fight. That's exactly what I would do. And you guys would do the same. You're just honest enough to admit it.
I totally wouldn't do that.
I mean, you can go watch animals fight right now. You can just go outside or go into the wild.
Out of videos.
You don't need billions of dollars to deliver.
No, but I can walk around Missouri, and as long as I want, I'm never going to find a monkey fighting something of interest. I'll find skittish deer maybe getting attacked by a black bear. It wouldn't be as fun. How many black bears does it take to kill a brown bear? That's not a riddle. It's a feature film.
Michael Vick went through everything you're describing, but just dogs. But everything you're saying,
he was Michael Vick and Taylor.
No, I wouldn't do it with dogs. No, doing it with dogs is cruel. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't think of that.
Right, because your imagination has been so limited thus far that you wouldn't even think of a dog.
We all have limits, I wouldn't do it. I do. Oh my God, cats all day.
Yeah.
Cats hate you, and they hate your friends, and they hate your family. I've never met a cat. Or that's not true. I've met one cat ever that was actually chill and cool and likable and more dog-like.
Garfield.
All the rest have been horrible.
A cat is that it's like a dog.
Well,
apparently, can't say that.
Apparently, cats, from what I understood, in ancient Egypt, they were scavengers that went through your garbage. And that's how they survived as scavengers. But they soon came to realize that if they rubbed up on a human's leg and purred and did cute things, that they would get better food than what was in the garbage, and they would actually get fed. So cats are hundreds of generations of manipulators. They're literally their meow is an imitation of a baby's cry, and a lot of their mannerisms were picked up off of manipulating humans by being cute to get better food rather than to scavenge for it. Apparently, that's what I heard. Makes a lot of sense because they're all dickheads.
I read a similar thing about there's this, I don't know what it's called, Westings Westinghouse syndrome or something like that humans get, where they will act like puppies do when they see you. Like they'll act like a human, not like a furry, but they're just like really excited to engage with everyone, and they always got a big smile on their face. It's a real thing. It's a real genetic disorder. But then someone was saying that somewhere along the line, 100,000 years ago, a bunch of dogs got that, and a bunch of wolves got that, and those are the ones that became dogs. And all dogs are just like wolves that happen to get that and treat us like that.
Well, if you come across a wolf like that and then breed that wolf, you know what I mean? Because you're like, well, that wolf's a cool dude. He's happy to see us. He's a friendly one. Oh, this one too. Like, let's make more. Like, I even look at I looked at a document. It was dogs from 100 years ago. And it was like a picture of like a German Shepherd 100 years ago and now. And it's like the version of it now is like pitiful compared to what it was. Even like not such noble dogs, like a wiener dog is considerably more capable 100 years ago.
Yeah.
But we buy into the like helpless and cute aspects. Like, oh, look how like droopy its ears are, and look how its like belly is rubbing against the ground, its short legs.
Look how we bred it to have sleep apnea.
We like buy into these like bad dogs that are like cuter, and it creates them. So I can imagine, like, it just seems like one of those logical things that, like, a wolf had this condition, and then they were just, you kind of like take over evolution in a way. I want a pet skunk. I would love a pet skunk. I would love a domesticated skunk with no stink glands, which is apparently they have like 20th generations domesticated skunks with like their stink glands removed and like their pets.
Why you want a skunk?
They're cool looking. They're cool. I would love a raccoon also. Like, raccoons have 5 fingers. They have hands. I don't know if it's 5, but they have a thumb.
I think they have 4.
And it's
like
really
a Simpsons.
crazy. I saw this video on Instagram, and it was like a raccoon running up to like these 3 cats are eating their food during like feeding time, and this raccoon kind of walks in between them, and they're all like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And he's there like, chill. Like, he's got his hands, literally, he's like, relax. And they're like, who the fuck is this guy? And he like grabs their food and he's looking at them, and like, he like dunks it in the water. And then he like can eat it faster because it's squishy. So like, instead of like crunching it, like, and taking time, he's just like, and he's like looking at them like, you like that shit? And he's like taking the food and like shaking it in the water to make it squishy and eating it faster. And then she notices the woman who's holding the camera, the raccoon does, and he's like, what the fuck? And he like backs up slowly. And then like he slowly walks back to the cats and once again takes like a huge handful and then just books it with the food. Like, just books it right out of the garage, like running on his hind legs. And I'm like, I wish I had one of these, just because like the amount of trouble it would get in, just the fact that it'll walk on its hind legs and has like hands, like,
yeah,
I'm going to teach it to roll me joints at that point.
Dude, it's the exact same thing as like owning a monkey, owning a raccoon. Like, in idea, you might think, oh, that'd be super cool. Like, it'd be like, hey, Jimbo, go grab me a beer or whatever. But in reality, you look away for 1 second and this raccoon or this monkey is going to be causing mayhem. And it can pick up items and spill shit and knock over candles or whatever the fuck else.
It can shit in its hand and throw it at you and get you.
And it will shit in its hand and throw it at you if you upset it. They're not tactful animals.
Yeah. Monkeys have terrible asses and ball sacks.
That's the thing that I don't like when I look into like, oh, if I bought a monkey, and I never would, like I'd buy a capuchin, like an organ grinder monkey, and then I look them up, and because no, they're very smart. And,
you guys just want to live in like a Dunstan check-in spinoff.
Yeah, exactly. That's where everyone gets their monkey love from.
I only care about animals if I'm telling a woman I like dogs, and then I'm like, it's just something I got to feed every fucking day.
Well, no, like. Yeah, you're right. It is kind of Dunstan checks in. Ask. I haven't watched that movie in fucking 20 years. But when looking back on it, that Dunstan checks in movie, as a kid, I'm like, why is everybody raining on the parade? It's just a monkey and a kid hanging out in a hotel. And looking back, it's like, God, like those poor people, like someone could have been hurt. But that monkey throwing silverware in the goddamn lobby and attacking bellhops. Can you imagine the fear of a bellhop getting paid $5.40 an hour at that time, and a goddamn chimp comes traipsing at you with anger in its eyes? Like, no. No, like you're not going to lose your nutsack for this. Maybe that movie is what ingrained in me a very unhealthy idea of what monkey companionship is all about.
You should see all those they have all these old videos from like 1950s TV shows where they have like monkeys dressed up in clothing and they're like scaring them by dropping tons of bananas from off camera, like on the ceiling. And the monkeys are dressed in humans' clothing, smoking cigarettes, like screaming and like jumping around and freaking out. And it's like somewhat made into like a TV show. And you're just like, these fucking monkeys are tortured right now. Like they are tripping.
That one hates ties.
Like,
yeah.
All they want to do is like fuck each other and eat their own shit. And instead we're dressing them up and like putting cameras in their face and lights and stuff.
And a lot of them have perpetually visible dicks, which is not something you want in a pet. Like the capuchin thing. Like I looked him up and I saw like from here up, it's like, man, that just looks like a normal little monkey doing fun things because they're smart enough to learn tasks. But then you see lower, and its dick is just like a twig off the side of a small tree that's just like sticking straight up at all times with its goofy head. And it's like, I cannot at any point be like, come Samson, and like hit my legs, and then he bounds up there. Like, no, it's going to be a dick right in my face. I guess Woody had enough of monkey talk.
Yeah, I just had this realization, Taylor, that you've probably had the insane weird fantasies that we always have just idly going around. You've probably dreamed at one point sitting in traffic that like a circus train would break down or crash and that all the animals would just get out and fight. And like you were there at ground zero to see who the real Highlander of the circus was. Like, was it the giraffe whipping his head around? Was it like a walrus using its
a giraffe beats a lion?
That's what I'd like. Yes, yes.
There's a video of that. Lion, by the way.
There's a video of it.
Yeah,
I was surprised about that because you see Lion King, you see the Lion King and the lion rules everything. The lion rules over all, and like giraffes are just an extra in the Lion King. But then you Google that shit, and it's like if a lion is going to attack a giraffe, he's desperate or she's desperate, and they're doing it like 4 or 5 of them, and they're probably going to get stomped and headbutt and fucked up. And that's what happens. They get trampled. Giraffes just kick them and trample them.
What you said, Dick, there's nothing I could imagine. I would gladly sit in traffic for hours if it meant that I was the one with windows rolled up, preferably, next to the circus truck that breaks down. And then the fucking, gay German guy who runs it has to get out and be like, oh no, Rutherford and Ian are fighting, keep them apart. And then they fucking have to do their thing like that. I would love to see, not a giraffe and a lion, because to Harley's point, that'd be a quick one. But I'd like to see someone else in traffic get out and be like, now what's going on here? And then fucking boom, evil to the face or something.
Like a guy's coming back from a Raiders game who are drunk, and then like a circus breaks down. That's it. We got a fucking riot, like the LA Lakers riots just spilling over into a circus train wreck.
Animal talk. Well, I guess we should call it a show. We've been going for a while. Dick and Harley, or I guess Harley first. Where can everybody find your shit?
YouTube.com/EpicMealTime. Like I said, we're going to be live August 15th at 4 p.m. It's going to be really cool when we do Epic Chef, online competitive cooking. And at Harley Plays is my account for Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, I guess. And Harley Morenstein on YouTube. Oh, and you know what? I made a really nerdy Instagram account called Young Toy Boy, spelled Y-U-N-G, and I take excellent photographs of my action figure collection and my collectibles, and I have quite the collection, and it's quite the nerdy Instagram account. If you were into that shit, I don't know, you might like it. Young Toy Boy. I'm actually talking to you guys, Dick, Woody, and Taylor. I'm saying for you guys to check out my account, Young Toy Boy.
I will check out Young Toy Boy.
You guys too, but all three of you guys.
I heard Young Toy Boy. I was hoping it'd be very different.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm happier with the way it went. What it ended up being.
I thought it was like Young Toy Boy, like toys as in like I'm putting together my own Peg City.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Maybe
Yeah, if you want to see an
times.
actual young toy boy, go to dickshow.com. That's not where my site is. My site is thedickshow.com. But it was too cheap to buy the gay domain, and so now they've really got me by the balls.
As they'd like to do. Yeah.
I mean, it's a legit site. Like some dude goes, this is what the guy's into. I mean, it's right there, right in your face. But go to thedickshow.com. Dick.show also works. Patreon.com/thedickshow too.
Yeah, definitely check out Dick's podcast. I listen every week. It's excellent.
Oh,
he knows
thanks. You
how
gotta
to,
come
how
on.
to string things on. Yeah, I should come on. I'll get your info for it after this. Maybe I'll call in and leave a rage or something.
Yeah, if
But,
you like
that would be a
drama,
good time.
definitely call in to definitely listen to this show because we stretch everything out. We've got guys boxing each other. They can't keep it in their pants long enough to promote their Trump sci-fi books or their comedy podcasts, whatever they got. But yeah, we deal in a lot of drama. I
Yep.
can't knock it.
It's an excellent show. I recommend it. Also, Harley, obviously. You guys all know that. And one final word from our friends at the Elder Scrolls. Introducing the Elder Scrolls Legends Heroes of Skyrim, the latest from Bethesda. The Elder Scrolls Legends is a new mobile strategy card game that immerses gamers in the dragons, the world, and the lore of an award-winning Elder Scrolls universe. From building your deck to taking on foes in one of the game's 3 exciting modes, every decision you make will require strategy and careful planning. The Elder Scrolls Legends is available for download globally on both Android and iOS devices today. Welcome, travelers, to the throat of the world. You can also find NatureBox, MeUndies, and Audible information links below. All wonderful, wonderful sponsors that we love to have on our show. PKA episode.
yeah, do.
Hey, are we ever going to find out if Terwin's Tyrion is a Targaryen? Are you guys going to have a pool on that? Like, can you gamble on that? Maybe we'll do that. We'll talk about that on my show. We'll try to figure out if Terwin's turn.
Yeah, call me up for that episode.
We will. We'll all be on there and talk about if Tyrion is a Targaryen. Oh, I feel like such an
Put money
asshole
on it
now.
now.